Tady je kašlátko. A pořád mít tady tohle zapnutý, abyste slyšeli ten originál.
Vypadá to dobře.
A všude je zaplay, to mě nevypínej na těch monitorech dole, ale netačí tě to HDMIčka a false color. A dělá si pak, kdyby něco, tak mě jenom řekni, já to pak když se přinastavím, ohledně světelnosti.
Jo.
Dám na telefonu.
No, asi jo, no.
No ne, kdyby něco.
Ještě budu mít zapnutý mikrofon a tady ho zmáčknu. Tak je to teďka přepnutí, abyste nebral.
Tu špatnou obrazovku, že sdílel jenom ten rozjetý povrch,
no.
A vidíš tam vlastně jenom ty snímky, ale neposouvají se, jo? Vidíš vlastně jakoby nerozjetý povrch.
To byl ten problém, že
já jsem naštěstí tu prezentaci měl, takže jsem ho pustil a tak, jak on mluvil, tak jsem to jel a on to vůbec nepoznal.
Ale v klidu, no tak prostě já jí napíšu mail dneska ještě.
Prostě tady, už jsem vypl ten stream, to je ona odsaď tady, jo, ta video pro toto, jo, tak já jsem to vypl, jak to tady jde. Ale pojď sem počít ještě zkusit říct ten, abys máš tady to alt tab.
Kamo ne, já jí řeknu, nainstaluje ten TeamViewer a já jí to nastavím, protože než já bych to vysvětlil, tak tady si strávím další 4 hodiny nebudu řešit.
Máte pravdu, a teda ti.
Ale možná bude dobrý.
Jo, když bude jeden je zapnutý a druhý se přepne do toho jazyku, tak to
takže když se zapnu, tak on se automaticky vypne.
Dát jenom pozor na to, když ten druhý se zapne, tak jako nechtít si vypínat ještě, protože jste si zase vzala zpátky k sobě.
Jasný.
Jo.
ten, podle mě tam je 6, teďka tam bude tak 8. Takže to na konci tohohle. Já myslím, že tak nějak jako na konci je realizovaný peníze na škole, jako to zkusit rychlostí, nedávno píšu, aby se přidnul, to u mě bude tak 11. Na ten tým. Ani začínáme.
Já dám tyhle mikrofony, dám na ten stůl, no. Třetí budu mít tady jako rezervu a ještě ten halovej, kdyby někdo chtěl.
Takže už můžeme to tam dát,
já to tam dám, budu to mít zapnutý, stáhnu z toho u sebe.
Vážení a milí.
Dear guests, I wish you a very nice afternoon. And I welcome you at the conference dedicated to the work of Eva Kmentová. We come back to the work of Eva Kmentová after 20 years in a comprehensive way with an exhibition here at the House of Arts. The curator of the exhibition, Eva Kmentová, is Tomáš Pospíšil, whom I would like to welcome here. And the author of the exhibition design is Dominik Lang. The exhibition is an occasion for various events that accompany it, develop it, and address different aspects of the work of Eva Kmentová. And I would like to invite you, before we start the debates during this conference, to a guided tour through the exhibition held by Tomáš tomorrow at 9 o'clock, 9 a.m., before the beginning of the second conference day. The House of Arts should say thank you to all the contributors for their contributions to the conference. And I'm very grateful for your interest and for the interest of professionals and the general audience as well. I would also like to bring to your attention a monograph of Eva Kmentová, which is on sale here in the House of Arts since yesterday. It's also prepared by Tomáš Pospíšil in cooperation with Zuzana Jakalová, who will be the moderator of one conference block tomorrow. Unfortunately, she is not here with us just now, but she is going to arrive any moment. The book originated as a joint effort of Tomáš and Zuzana, and first and foremost, thanks to the Kmentová Zoubek fund, that is Polana Bregantová and Michal Bregant, whom I'm very happy to welcome here at the conference. In addition to the generous background that the Bregant family provided for the presentation of Eva Kmentová, for the book, and for other accompanying events to the exhibition, it should also be noted that the publisher of the book is the host publishers. I welcome here Eva Sládková, the editor of the book, and Lenka Husecká, who was in charge of all the technical aspects of the publication. And I'm going now to ask Tomáš to introduce the book briefly. I am here with my own copy, and I think that the most important has been already said. It's not exactly a monograph. It's a book where we could afford the luxury of using the pictures from this exhibition, so it documents the exhibition, the present exhibition of Eva Kmentová at the House of Arts, and the pictorial part is supplemented with a chapter that I wrote and a chapter by Zuzana Jakalová, and these are separate essays like crosscuts concerning our understanding of the work of Eva Kmentová. These two chapters are accompanied with a series of documentary photographs, some of which were not published yet at all. And I would also like to mention that the book, the graphic design of the book has been done by Day Shift Office Studio. Bára Ružičková is here with us. She's one half of this studio, and I'm very grateful for cooperating with her for the graphic design of the book and the entire graphic visual style of the exhibition. And in conclusion, I would like to remind you of some technical aspects. There's another accompanying product. It's the leaflet that is a program of this conference. So if you don't have it yet, it's available in the ticket office downstairs. It's available here on the table. This is important. It's like our basic plan and program for this 1 day and a half that we are going to spend talking about Eva Kmentová and the context of her work. I'm looking forward very much. I think that the leaflet describes very well how things are going to happen. There is 20 plus minus minutes by contribution. Then there is a small space for questions and answers, for debate. And at the end of each block, we are going to summarize what has been said. Because some of the presenters are not from here, everything is available in English too. So if anybody needs, you can take headsets and have a simultaneous interpretation. You can see them on the hanger over there. And if for some reason you have to, if you had to leave for some reason, and if you were still curious on how the conference proceeds, it's being entirely streamed on the internet. And the access code, I don't know whether it's available in the leaflet. Yes, there is a QR code, and the same QR code is available on the website of the House of Arts. So in conclusion, I wouldn't like to be very long. Thank you very much to all those present here, to all those who are still to come, either as active participants or as listeners, and future those who are going to ask questions and participate in the event. And I'm going to give the floor to Terezie Petišková, who hasn't been thanked yet by anyone. She said thank you a lot of times, but in fact the entire project was on her shoulders, so I'm very, very thankful to her for all that she has done. Terezie at the same time is the moderator of the first section. That's why I'm going to give her the microphone. Thank you very much. So we are just saying mutually thank you to each other, but this is really an exceptional occasion for an extensive exhibition by Eva Kmentová, and this was a unique opportunity to meet all of you and to confront our views on both national and international importance of her sculptural work. I wish you an afternoon filled with inspiration, and I'm going to ask the first contributors. That's a team of Ida Muráňová and Alice Němcová from National Gallery Prague. Ida Muráňová is an educator in the Department of Development and Communication with the Audiences. She concentrates on the mediation of contemporary and modern visual culture, and Alice Němcová is presently a curator of the collection of 19th century art and the classical modernism, and she focuses mainly on Czech painting of the first half of the 20th century, but her research and publications are oriented to Czech sculpture in the public space of the second half of the 20th century. So they're going to introduce their project. You can see it on the screen. It's the publication Pocket Kmentová. The floor is yours. If you like to have chairs, no. Can you hear me? Yes. Good afternoon. I'm Eva Muráňová. I'm here with Alice Němcová. Thank you for introducing us. We would like to introduce one of the publications from the edition Pocket Publications. Of course, we would like to introduce the book dedicated to Eva Kmentová that allows not only children readers to enhance their sensitivity towards the work of the sculptor. On concrete examples, we would like to introduce the edition in general, its pitfalls and its positive aspects, and then we will follow with the process of origin of the publication, which has a limited number of pages, the collection of material, and of course the selection, which is very important, and the creation of the pictorial narrative, because it is a very visual publication. It's complemented with a minimum of text only. We're going to focus on the importance of comparison with other visual material, reproductions, and works by other artists, so that to see some thought-provoking connections. So it's quite a new edition, books of smaller format. The first was Mikuláš Medek, followed by Rembrandt. These were done in parallel. It was quite a novelty. The extent is 50 pages. It's focusing on selected artists from the collection of the National Gallery who are represented in the collection. And gradually, we want to create a small library of representing various approaches of the artists represented in the collection. These books, what is important about the books, what we want to point out, is the art of observation and the ability to watch. In this format, in this edition, we focus on details, on the possibility to follow things that cannot be followed directly in the exhibition. It's details of paintings and, for instance, things that are not visible by the naked eye. It's, in fact, primarily a pictorial edition. There is a minimum of text, which mainly consists of quotes by the artists themselves, critics, or important people from the life of the artists. And then there are some questions or topics that are developed, and it's intended to provide more inspiration impulses, more thought-provoking things. This series of publication is bilingual. It's created by curators and educators from National Gallery Prague. And the graphic design is made by Bohumil Vašák and Tereza Veliková, who worked on the individual publications, but also did the entire visual style of the edition. The graphic design, a part of each of the books is like a poster. The edition is called Pocket Paintings because the cover is a folded poster that really shows the entire work, so you can carry the work in your pocket. What is important about this edition is that the individual books are not monographs. They do not have the ambition to introduce the artist in general in the entire extent of his or her work. but they are mostly published on the occasion of monographic exhibitions or important exhibitions, but their ambition is different. And every title is focused on something slightly different. So let me introduce briefly the individual books. The book on Mikuláš Medek introduced his paintings in the context with photographs of Eva Kmentová. You can see it because they influenced each other in their work. And it also accompanied poems that she or he illustrated. It was the very first book, and we were trying to support enamel paintings by Mikuláš Medek by adding blind printing, but it didn't work at all, so it was a good lesson for us. The second book, which was created in parallel with Medek, it was the book on Rembrandt. And here we wished to show his miniature prints in original size and also in big detail, in order that everyone could see how elaborate they were. And you can see it down there. The graphic design supported the role of light in his work. The work on Troyen was the most experimental and the most attractive one as far as different perforations, color filters, and graphic tricks are concerned. The book was very expensive due to this, and it really showed it was very problematic, because when we wanted to print a second edition, a second print run in the times of the pandemic, it was really difficult. I do not like to remember how I was trying to find the necessary material. It was imported from Great Britain, and it was the Brexit time. Nobody wanted to import it, so that was another difficult lesson. Manes was the fourth book in the edition. It was done on the occasion of the exhibition dedicated to this artist, and this book focused on Manes' work in the open air. There's a lot of sketches. You can see it down there, and his painter's equipment to paint in the open air. This book was done by other authors who were not with us at since the beginning of the concept of the edition. And all of a sudden we had a lot of texts which were difficult to be inserted in the book, because we always want to prefer the pictorial aspect. And Brandl is this year's novelty. Pocket Brandl is made on the occasion of the exhibition that is still running in Prague. That's the exhibition Petr Brandl, The Story of a Bohemian. And it allows to see beautiful color reproductions of his work, something that is often hidden to the naked eye, because there are pictures done with the help of X-rays, infrared light, and sidelight.
And because this conference is about footprints of Eva Kmentová, we'd like to focus on the book dedicated to her work, to Eva Kmentová. And I'd like to speak about the paradox of the fact that the edition of books is called Pictures in Your Pocket, but in this case we dedicated the book to a sculpture. So we were thinking about the concept of picture archive. Basically there should be the visual story unfolded in the book. And it's also for us important that this book is sort of open, not closed. So when you look into the book, you can find new interpretations of the work of art, and this should be all the time alive. And when it comes to the process, how this book was produced, it starts with the selection of pictorial material, and we created it in a line of visual images, and then you have to reduce it quite markedly. So some works are elaborated on multiple pages, which is certainly important for the reader, so that he or she can find some connections in the work. And it's not about text. We'd like to have some statements of artists there, maybe from their personal diaries or texts that are from important artists that were in connection with the main artistic figure. So the text should be minimal. I should primarily develop this pictorial material. And it's important to say that we have no ambition to interpret it in the art historic point of view. So this will be only an impulse for the readers to reflect on the work of the artist. As I mentioned at the beginning, Kmentová in the Pocket was created on the occasion of the opening of the new collection exhibition 1939 to 2021, the end of the black and white era. And that represents art as a testimony of the times. It is the result of not only authorial but also social, political and economic forces. The exhibition consists of more than 300 works that are only from the collections of National Gallery, so no loans at all. The exhibition is not based on some kind of hierarchical selection of the best from the artist, but it's still more an effort to understand the motives, what kind of art was produced at that time and why. The main target is to show that there were several different conceptions of artistic quality in parallel. And there are the basic polarities of contemporary art, official versus unofficial, abstract versus figurative, formal and socially engaged. And they mutually condition their existence. But at the same time, they never, almost never existed as black and white. So that's why the end of black and white era. It is a concept of three collaborating curators, Michal Novotný, Eva Kmentová and Adéla Janáčková. Here you can see the view into the exhibition. There is a sculpture or statue entitled Eva, and that is set in a very distinctive architecture of the exhibition, and the author is Dominik Lang, or the authors are Dominik Lang and Jan Broš. And in the book we use this sculpture called Eva in the context of a photograph from a private archive, which in fact enhances the impression of the work. So it resembles a mold from the casting of the statue of Eve. But this is just an example of visual association. Again, you can see that in the book we have just very short text to it and generally only descriptions. So it means for the reader to be focused on the haptic aspect of the statue. And also there's another important work of art called landscape, and we'd like to show you a short video that is in fact a short insight into the book, so that you have basic idea, and we like to comment on that. As Ida mentioned, this book is not chronologically in detail. We at the beginning of the book we stick to some chronology. One of the first slides was the photograph of Eva Kmentová and Olbram Zoubek, because they collaborated in the same studio, and you can see at the other page that they in fact influenced each other, and that was the time of searching for the impression of art. Then there was Trasa period, and we wanted to show the drawings. They are also part of the exhibition here in Brno. This is a studio at the Jewish ovens, and from the drawings you can have a look at the sculpture yard, where we can see a statue woman in the sun. And we really liked the idea that we can look at different forms of the work of art, from the photograph to the work itself, and other quotes were from period when Eva Kmentová started to experiment. We also wanted to use Max Ernst's work, but we were not able to publish his work, and we also wanted to play with details here, because you can see the individual pores on the material, imprinted on the material. And abandoned space, it's from imprint of the landscape, is to human statues and human egg, iconic work. And this is a drawing from the collection of National Gallery. The space and the motif of the egg are here connected into one work. And there's also the landscape work, and then the landscape took us back to one of the first drawing, Jevan Pond, where the graphic artist created a special plate that it could be reversed, this horizontally oriented format. And then we look at the great banquet work. So if you see the cutout from the work, then there is the whole reproduction of the work. So you can see that here the work with whole was more played on, and here we are at the leaf, another work, and we wanted to use the sprout with a phallic shape, and then we go to the drawing Little Bush, and it is accompanied by the work called, let's say, Depression, and we can see aggressive cube here, and graphics. They also played with the shape of the cube, and the text enables the readers to give a thought to what is inside the aggressive cube. And then we have also reproduction of sprouting work. It is the advantage of this book that we can use reproductions of works of art that are not available anymore, and we can show different visual connections, and the motif of fingers comes to hands, another important work of art. This is reproduction from Gottwaldov Gallery and from hands. that are on paper, and the paper took us to the detail of one of white drawings where we wanted to show the structure of muchlage. This is the whole entity of the work, and then we have tin cast here, and the form, they look like crunched drapery, and this is accompanied with quotes from the diary of Eva Kmentová, and this is the author in front of the sheet work that is reproduced on the next page. And the sheet was another piece of work that we wanted to show in detail. And this book enables us the possibility to compare the works of art to other pieces. This was the work of Felix González Torres, and it took us to the public space, and we then returned to the theme of traces. And this is accompanied by a brief description of what happened, and it ends at the glass wall, and this is the traces in front of the cracked wall, unnamed work, and this cyclically refers to the whole book then, because at the complete beginning of the book we used the quote that is about traces in the snow, and we wanted the page to be perforated by the traces, but in fact it finished with these holes in hands, or perforation in hands, and in fact this is much more sensitive in my point of view then. And I like to say that the authors of the graphics are Bohumil Vašák and Tereza Velíková. Bohumil Vašák was one of the authors of the whole visual concept of this edition, and due to that this is the reason why this piece of art was selected. And the original idea of the edition was to find authors that were well represented in National Gallery collections, but in fact Eva Kmentová is not that well represented in the National Gallery. But despite of that, we believe that some acquisitions are really important that we have in the collection, and our idea was that maybe the first author that should represent the end of black and white era should be Eva Kmentová, and we expect more books from in the edition. We are going to work on a book devoted to Alena Kučerová. This book is not in fact for, let's say, teenagers, not for children only, and this is a book that should explain the work of art for readers, and basically show the fact that we in us create a so-called visual archive, and the more books, the more movies we see, it's enriching our visual archive inside, and then despite the fact that there were a lot of books like that, but pictures in the pocket are very popular. It's also due to the price, because a monograph can be up to 1,000 crowns. This book was at the beginning about 200 crowns, now it's 300 due to the price of paper and so on, but it's available, and accessible for many people, and it's a book that works also without the readers visiting necessarily the exhibition and so on. So it's an inspiration for the readers that is coming back and back to them.
Moc děkujeme za...
Thank you very much for your interesting contribution. Are there any questions in the audience? Questions concerning this presentation? I wanted to ask the print run of the book. I had a look on the internet and wanted to buy it. That's a very good question. The print runs were different. This book edition, the first and second titles, it was the beginning, so the print run was quite low, quite small. It was 350 copies, and now it's 550 copies. And I would also like to mention that we have some titles that have been sold out. It's Medek and Twayen, and we're going to publish second editions of both of them, but I'm not going to do it the same way with the foils, etc. Some more questions? I would like to add that the book wouldn't be possible without the support of the Kmentová Zoubek Fund. They have been very generous with reproduction rights for most of the works reproduced in the book. And we also would like to thank all the owners that allowed us to make new photos of the works reproduced in the book. I have a question on my own. So you're dealing with education in the National Gallery. Do you use the publication in your programs for the public, for children, and to what extent this associative method of folding or of composing pictures of Kmentová's work is influencing your educational work? It's, as you say, we use it a lot in programs for school groups and in programs for families with children. Quite often, people see the work in the exhibition. It may include some preparatory sketches. For instance, with one sculpture, there was a very small drawing, and quite often it was very useful to work with the books. Yes, we do use them, and we make the books with the intention of using them in the educational work, because it makes the work more accessible for both children audiences and the audiences in general. People often have the feeling that there should be some pre-understanding, and this kind of publications provides more understanding of the works. It's an accessible form that is very visual, and it lets you read that that there was a whole process before the work was created. For instance, in the programs that we do are often focused on topics like sketch or some part of the process, this type of things. Thank you. Are there more questions? You mentioned that the next book will be on Alena Kučerová. So what is your dramaturgy for the future? Are you going to be oriented to the exhibition plan, or to take into account the exhibition plan of the National Gallery? Yes, we always consider the fact that the edition, the publication of the book should be connected with the exhibition plan, with some important exhibitions. But for instance, with Eva Kmentová, it's the first women sculpture. Before we had books on painting, etc. So now we have considered to publish something on architecture or architects. So we have a wish list, we have suggestions, and of course we have to take into account what is in the collection and to adapt it, and the exhibition plan, the current and future exhibitions. Thank you. If there are no more questions, there's one. The Kmentová Zoubek Fund also would like to thank you, ladies. I know it wasn't an easy task, and I say that it was obvious that there would be great demand for the book. So Bregantová bought a lot of the copies when it was published, and my stock has been sold out as well. So if you make a second edition, I'm going to buy a lot again. Thank you. Thank you. At the end of your contribution, I have to say, and the description of your work in making the books, I remembered my experience from childhood. My way to art wasn't accompanied by looking into books, but I couldn't read very well, but I could go through books and look at the pictures, and that was important to me. Thank you very much. The next contribution will be by Nela Kvíčalová, who is now working in the Olomouc Museum of Art. She is dealing with the official culture of the 1970s and 80s, and recently she has been involved in with realizations for the theater buildings in Zlín and Brno, and she will speak about the situation around the realization of Eva Kmentová for the facade of Janáček Theater here in Brno. Thank you. So thank you for the introduction and for the possibility to contribute to this conference. My contribution will be dedicated to the work of Zoubek and Kmentová in the shaping of the public space in the 1960s and 70s, namely the Theatre of Working People in Gottwaldov and Janáček Theatre in Brno. After a culturally and socially very complicated situation in the 1950s, it was very difficult to get any commission, only for those who conceded to the work that was called socialist realism. It was a new period in 1958-1971. It was the time was more relaxed, not only in architecture but in visual arts as well. It was public commissions mainly. The target was to cultivate the public space. The competitions were often anonymous, and a chance was given to young artists who were freshly graduated. One of the examples was Eva Kmentová and her husband Olbram Zoubek. In the relaxed 60s, they jointly participated in dozens of competitions, but it was very exhausting. But at the time, it was one of the few possibilities how to earn a living with art, with artistic work. The pitfalls were that it was never certain that they would succeed. They often worked for weeks on designs that never were realized or even remunerated. Sometimes they cooperated, and sometimes they worked individually. An example of both variants are the competitions for the decoration of Janáček Theatre in Brno and the Theatre of the Working People in Gottwaldov, that is today's Municipal Theatre in Zlín. In 1960, They took part in the competition for the decoration of the theater in Brno with a joint design of plastic decoration or plastic elements in the architecture. And in 1962, they each participated with their own individual designs for the monumental sculpture in front of the facade of the theater in Gottwaldov. I will shortly start with their participation in the Gottwaldov competition, and then I will need more time for the finished realization in Brno. 5 minutes. At the end of the 50s, the competition was launched for the new building of the theater in Gottwaldov. This had been discussed for 2 decades earlier. The architects Karel and Miroslav Řepa, since the beginning of the designing, were wishing for a rich artistic decoration. It's obvious already in the first sketches. It was an important realization, a cultural building that was supposed to mediate ideas, so the works to be selected were to be as representative as possible. That is why there was a national anonymous competition, and with more than 100 participating artists. And Eva Kmentová and Olbram Zoubek took part in that as well, but unfortunately they didn't succeed. Their designs were not selected. Until now, there was nearly no attention paid to this topic, but I wrote a bachelor's thesis and I wanted to map in it the entire course of the competition. I started looking for information, and what I wanted to do was to identify the participants in the anonymous competition and the anonymous design. After the end of the competition, there was an exhibition in the House of Arts of Gottwaldov, so I went to look in the archive. There are pictures or photographs of some of the designs, but they are always anonymous. I started to studying the documentation in the Moravian Provincial Archive, and I managed to find envelopes with the addresses of the artists and the reports they wrote about their designs. So that helped me identify the authors of some of the designs, and mostly those made by Kmentová and Zoubek. Both designs were disqualified in the second round of the competition. Eva Kmentová had a vertical composition that was called phrasing, and its vertical composition was supposed to enhance the horizontal lines of the architecture of the theater. Thematically, it was a symbol of culture with a dramatic motive of phrasing, which was to show the message of the building. But the committee didn't like it, found it too decorative. Similarly, Zoubek's design in the eyes of the committee had no idea, but at least they appreciated its decorative character.
The course of the competition was not entirely linear, and other competitions were announced. The final selection was then announced in 1965. However, I don't have space to deal with this topic in detail here, and now it's time to move to the competition for the decoration of the Brno Theatre and realized works by Eva Kmentová and Olbram Zoubek. The state of research up to date has been at similar level to the previous case, but the documents on the decoration are very scattered in the public archives. The largest volume of information on the competition is found in the private archive of Kmentová and Zoubek, administered by Kmentová-Zoubek Foundation, and this became crucial source of information for me. At the end of the 50s, the art decoration for the newly constructed building of the State Theatre in Brno began to be designed. As in Gottwaldov competition, any artist working in Czechoslovakia could participate. Originally, the competition was planned as non-public and non-anonymous, but at the idea of Vincent Makovsky, this idea was skipped, and there was public, anonymous, unlimited competition announced on the 1st of October 1959, and by March of the following year the commission, consisting of 12 jurors, received a total of 9 proposals, and Eva Kmentová and Olbram Zoubek participated with a joint proposal. Not one of these proposals could be implemented, though, without changes. No first prize was awarded, but one design was honored with the second and 2 with the third prize. After discussion, the jury decided that Eva Kmentová and Olbram Zoubek proposal could be implemented after making some partial changes. After opening the envelopes with written addresses, which had to be attached to each anonymous proposal in case of success, it turned out that the authors of the second prize-winning proposal were Eva Kmentová and Olbram Zoubek. The task included the implementation of the friezes above the entrance, the windows of the side staircases, and the panels of the side staircases. The commission evaluated positively the design, especially the complex solution, including the theatre emblem, which was the task of another competition for which no winner was chosen. But the commission agreed to award the task to Eva and Olbram. The plastic solution of the supraport was also positively assessed. In total, it was a set of 3 reliefs depicting, and now I'd like to quote from the accompanying report, the complex of culture that finds its place in this theatre, the building efforts of the working people in towns and countryside. You can see hammer, sickle, tongs, jack, and certainly the hands of the workers. The design was also criticized for over-dimension of the panels in sides, and nevertheless Commission appreciated the qualities of the artistic solution and considered it as a basis for further solution. At this point, it would be ideal to say that the authors have brought the proposals to the satisfaction of the Ideas Committee. Unfortunately, there were a lot of delays, and this happened 5 years later, and it was preceded by enormous complications, which even led to Olbram and Eva suing Brno Regional National Committee. In October 1960, the South Moravian Regional Council decided not to recognize the result of the competition for the task of the curtain, the artistic motif of the public spaces, including the emblem. They justified that on the grounds that the designs were not sufficient ideologically or artistically. At the same time, their designs were very positively received by the public, as was evident from the discussions that took place during the exhibition at the Brno House of Arts, where the designs were displayed then. So Olbram and Eva began to take steps to claim the second prize. They first turned to the Protective Organization of Authors at the Czech Fine Arts Fund, and then filed a lawsuit with the Regional National Committee. The committee had no plans to pay the authors the prize, nor to engage them in any way in the task of decorating the new theatre in Brno. I have not been able to track down the real reason for these actions. It may have been due to some unresolved personal conflicts, as was suggested by Olbram Zoubek as well. The sculptures were practically in court proceedings with the regional National Commission until May 1964. And in the meantime, there was a series of conciliation proceedings in which the two sides were supposed to reach an agreement. Olbram and Eva withdrew from demanding the promised financial remuneration, provided the fact that at least part of their works would be realized. 5 years and dozens of designs later, 5 metal railings were installed on the construction of the State Theatre in Brno and the theatre's emblem at the staircase on the left side. At the end of my presentation, I would like to reflect on one more question. To what extent can works from the time when this couple worked together be attributed to only one of them? The authorship for the designs for the Gottwaldov Theatre is quite clear, because Eva and Olbram participated separately. In the case of the proposal for Brno Theatre, they applied with a joint proposal, although their separate contribution to realization is often strictly defined according to literature. I have deliberately not mentioned it. We should mention the fact that they mutually influenced each other, they created together in the 60s and supported each other. On the basis of entries from their personal diaries, I'm convinced that Eva Kmentová also had a significant share in the final form of the emblem, could at least be considered a co-author of the concept. At this point, I would like to quote 2 parts of this recollection, and this is from November 1964. Olbram Zoubek writes, "I am not good at it, it doesn't work. I leave it to Eva. About 8 sketches for the theatre emblem. Probably very happy, but so far just ideas, so Eva's imagination is really strong." And then Eva Kmentová, note from January 1965, she writes, "About 10 sketches for Brno Theatre. Olbram and I, we cast them in tin. Some of them came out nicely, especially the loosest ones. It could be an inspiration for other sculptures. My whole studio, I call it the den, is filled with one format." So thank you for your attention, and I'd like to answer your questions during discussion. Thank you. Can I ask you to pose some questions to the presentation of Nela Kvíčalová? Thank you very much, Nela. We know each other, but this is the first time we see each other, and I read your work, and I sent you then what was needed for this presentation. And I'd like to say this is another task of the fund to react as soon as possible to questions of different type, and then send back the materials concerning Kmentová, Zoubek work. There are a lot of things there, but not all of them, obviously. And I'd like to say that because Nela then sent me back some things that I didn't know before that, and this is quite a terrible design of Olbram Zoubek to the submitted to theatre in Gottwaldov. So it's great when we speak to someone over the email and the other party sent us back important information. And there are also the quotes from diaries of my parents, and I'd like to say that we also sent these quotes to people asking us for information, and my parents really did not succeed in Gottwaldov, so my father said very briefly, in Gottwaldov we burned like paper devils. I have a complicated question, maybe for all of us, because this is a very interesting situation. They work together on one commission, and we try to trace down the share of their authorship. Maybe it was not for them so important, maybe it did not lead to any arguments. We can't see it based on the documents. And the theater, it was 1965, am I right? And in 1965 their cooperation stopped on the competitions of large buildings, and the also, or maybe the intensity is not so enormous. Why did it stop? Thank you for this question, but I don't think I am able to answer that. I came to this topic and this was realizations of Eva and Olbram in slight deviation. I focused my attention on the theater in Gottwaldov, and I was focused on the paintings there, and then I came to the Janáček theater in Brno, and I was more interested in this topic. And in their diaries, Eva and Olbram, they mentioned the fact that the cooperation for them was quite demanding in the 60s and exhausting, as I mentioned before. But I don't think I can fully answer your question. Why 1965 was the breakthrough year? Maybe Tomáš can say. I'd like to know something about that, but I can't comment on that in detail. But my idea is that there were not so many competitions announced, and these competitions were announced only for very serious works of art or buildings. So that was the theater in Brno, and there was the whole competition concerning the curtain included and so on. Alois Fischarek, the first prize was not accepted then, and then there were regional art commissions that selected based on recommendations of architects the fine artists, and this was let's say the obligatory cooperation of artists on the artistic form of the architects. And it's not completely true that their cooperation stopped in 1965. I think the cooperation continued of Eva and Olbram, and I will show it in my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Nela, for the nice contribution. I was interested in your remark that the designs were presented here in the House of Arts. Was it common practice? Did you see it in the Gottwaldov Theatre as well, that the designs were presented in exhibitions? Yes, in fact, it was a condition of the competition to introduce the designs in the periodical of the association, and also in Gottwaldov there was an exhibition after the end of the competition where the winning designs were to be presented, but also those who didn't win. But in Zlín, there were so many artists that submitted their designs, so they couldn't exhibit all the designs. But here in the House of Arts, I think that all of the designs were exhibited. But unfortunately, there is no exact documentation of the exhibition. And it's the same for Gottwaldov, Zlín. There are only mentions. And here in the House of Arts in Brno, where the designs for the State Theatre in Brno were exhibited, there were discussions held, public discussions, and discussions among professionals, and the committee who were selecting, and discussions between the professional and general audiences and the committee that selected. Did you find any indices that being or not being from Moravia would play a role? I mean, the origin of the artists who took part in the competition? No, not exactly, but I think it was because the competitions were anonymous. Both the competition in Zlín and in Brno, they were both anonymous, and a serious condition for submitting the designs was the anonymity of the artists. And if the name of the artist, should the name of the artist become known, it was disqualify the audience. So there were envelopes, closed envelopes, where the names of the artists were mentioned. So only if a design was selected or it was a winning design, only then the envelope was opened. And I think the competition being anonymous was helped a lot, because artists that were not that didn't have a very positive image in the society could be selected. But it's possible that here in Brno, when the identity of the artists was disclosed, this was the point when some personal problems arose, or political problems, maybe. Thank you. Thank you for the interesting contribution. What I find interesting is that the competition was really anonymous, and that the committee really stick to this character of having an anonymous competition. A few years later, Kmentová and Zoubek contributed to the decoration of the subway station Gottwaldova in Prague. They worked together with Chlupáč, the sculptures Chlupáč, but there was a competition, but from the very beginning, the artists were selected by the architect. So it was a fake competition, because it was known from the very beginning who would be the winners of the competition. So even if there was an artistic council, the architect was of fundamental influence for the selection of the artists. So it's quite surprising that the anonymous character of the competition was kept here in Brno. And in Prague, it didn't succeed, not because of Zoubek and Kmentová, but rather because of Chlupáč, because he was not accepted by the regime at the time. Yes, there are more examples throughout the entire communist era. In my diploma thesis, I'm dealing with the look of theater buildings from the 1960s to the 1980s, and we can see the changes that occurred during the period. It started with anonymous competitions. Later on, it was an open cooperation between the architect and the artist. And since the late 60s, the architect had a say in selecting the artists, because the architect was also a member of the selection committee. But then later there was another type of competitions here in Brno, the side windows by Libensky and Brichtová. That was done without a competition. And in Zlín, similarly, there are some 10 implemented works were done without a competition simply because the architect selected artists for his building. Thank you.
Tak ještě si dovolím poslední dotaz, než se posuneme dál.
Thank you very much for a very interesting presentation. Forgive me if I ask obvious question, but I'm very interested in this court case that you described, and I was wondering if it is negotiating in this kind of lawful way about their artistic practice and with authorities. Was it the common practice generally that artists did it, or was it the precedence? Or, and another question, it was only about the financial kind of issues, or during the court case where they discussed the issues of artistic matter and design and what was at the core of this case? This case between authorities that denied them the award and.
Thank you for your question. I think it was common in Czechoslovakia. If I understand well your question, and sorry, but I didn't catch the. I didn't catch the beginning of the question. Can you hold it again? Yeah, no, it wasn't about the money. Of course, they want to finish their work, and in the end, they also.
I would like to continue in Czech. I prefer to speak Czech. In the end, they didn't ask for the entire financial remuneration. It was 20,000 Czech crowns at the time for the second place in the competition. Their condition in the end was to realize or implement at least one part of the design they submitted. They only got like 5,000 Czech crowns, but it took them 4 years before they managed to come to an agreement with the regional committee and before they could really implement the designs that they submitted, and that happened in 1965. Thank you. Time is pressing us a little bit, so we will have to end this interesting discussion. And I'm now going to ask Jana Kořínková and to acquaint us with her research of artistic cooperations, especially in the Brno context. The cooperation of Eva Kmentová with architects Řihák and Ruller. Jana Kořínková lectures at the Faculty of Fine Arts in Brno, and she's the director of Vutium Press, the press of the University of Technology, Brno. And I also have this nice opportunity to welcome Dagmar Černoušková. Dagmar concentrates on architecture of the 20th century, and Jana is mainly focused on cooperations between architects and artists in both the public space and in buildings. The two of them recently collaborated in a very inspiring research on Adolf Loos and his works in Brno. So the floor is yours. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm glad that there was an expression of doubt or some reflections on Prague artists being active in Brno. I think it's a very good start for our presentation because, generally speaking, the answer on the question on cooperation between Prague and Brno, quotation marks, it's the essence of artistic life in the period of communism. It was based on contacts and sympathies. The people had to meet somewhere. And we have chosen a case study, Řihák, Ruller, Eva Kmentová, Olbram, Zoubek, because Řihák and Ruller are designers who really have left strong traces in the appearance of this city, and they really provided the best architecture to socialist Czechoslovakia. Their work is at the top of period architecture. Řihák was for many years employed in Potravino project and the State Design Institute of Trade, and Ivan Ruller. I wonder whether this is the right presentation. Yes, it is. Yes, I came up with two versions. Take me back to the beginning, please. Back to Řihák and Ruller. Well, I complimented that they firstly worked together in Komunotechna. I'm sorry, I finished the presentation only today. So Řihák and Ruller were of the same age. They met in 1945 during their studies at the Faculty of Architecture, where they work under the guidance of architect Bedřich Rozehnal and together with Sirotek as his assistants. They managed to get as much as possible from Rozehnal. In the end of the 50s, he became a victim of political suits, and he was imprisoned. He worked in prison in the so-called Basa project, the prison project, where the state was working even with those architects who were imprisoned. So Řihák and Ruller knew each other very well. And they joined the artistic group Brno 57, which didn't originate in 57, but earlier. Only the name was like this. And members of the group became friends with the Prague group Trasa 54. And in 1984, there was a general reorganization of artistic life. With the oncome of the communist regime, all artistic groups and associations were dissolved, and all the property came under the Czech Fund of Visual Arts. And for artists, it was on the model, taken the model of the Soviet Union. All the artists had to join the Association of Czechoslovak Visual Artists. It later became federalized, and all the groups and associations were banned. In 1965, there was a reform, and under the patronage of the association, new groups could be formed. So the students of the of the Academy of Arts, Architecture and Design used it and established new groups. Let me introduce a little bit more Řihák and Ruller before I start speaking about the groups. Řihák was close to the arts because he studied at the Baťa School of Arts in Zlín. And later he studied architecture. But during World War II, I would like to remind you that the universities were closed, and one of the possibilities to get artistic education was the Baťa School in Zlín. We can see a lot of artists who joined the school. For instance, Makovsky, who was not from Brno, but again he passed through the schools and he settled in Brno in the 50s. And a group of artists was gathered in Zlín, who all together after the war left, and they went to Brno and they started to work here in a kind of artistic community. We know Řihák mainly as the designer of progressive, radical hotel buildings. He's sometimes mentioned as the person who employed Růžena Žertová as architect. So he was someone who provided free working conditions, even in the communist time, for his employees. He was an experienced sportsman, alpinist, scout, and Ivan Ruller remembers that Řihák learned him how to love the mountains. They would go hiking together. Ivan Ruller, unlike Řihák, was politically prosecuted in 1959 during the political. He was dismissed from the Faculty of Architecture. He started to work in Stavo project, Potravino project. He designed the interior of the Janáček theater, already mentioned here. Then he became engaged in Chemo project, and he initiated cooperation with Kmentová and Zoubek on a design of students of a vocational training school of Slovnaft. Then he had his own studio R under the city architect of the city of Brno. In 1970, he was excluded from the Association of Architects, but he continued to work as an architect because he was registered with the fund, with the Czech Fund of Visual Arts. So this is a very brief introduction.
So they were close together, Ivan Ruller and Zdeněk Řihák. They took part in competitions together, sometimes with Jaromír Sirotek. And at the bottom right, you can see a caricature of Ivan Ruller, a friend that also took part in the wedding of Zdeněk Řihák. So here you can see the buildings in the right, Ruller in the left, Řihák. So there were a lot of co-authors, but you can see a lot of Řihák's hotel buildings for the High Tatras, Štrbské lake, Patria Panorama, Pece pod Sněžkou, Horizont, Lapska, a hut, and Brno Prior, the department store. And Ivan Ruller was the author of solitary buildings, the interior of Janáček theater, administration office of the Moravian karst, and ink stuff. And we will talk ink stuff more later. Olbram Zoubek, in one conversation or interview that was published in 2006, that was the edition of 60s with the eyes of the people who remember them. So there was an exhibition of young artists in those difficult years, and the members of Trasa took part, and young Brno architects that were grouped in the group 13 were there. Zoubek did not remember if this had been the right name, and Ivan Rular was the leading figure there. And Rular approached Trasa members with the idea to cooperate. Řihák, Sirotek, Viktor Rudiš and other architects were there as well. So this is just to remind you that these contacts were happening in Brno through Ivan Rular, who liked the work of Trasa Group. Trasa 54, they met first in Prague in studio of Čestmír Kafka. And Ivan Rular was not maybe the only connection between Trasa and Brno 57. There was Čestmír Kafka, who also studied in Zlín, Baťa's school, and he was in the Studio of Fine Arts. He was a very good friend of Václav Chada. That was a person killed in his fight against Nazi in the Czech Republic or Czechoslovakia. There was the negative influence of that killing affecting the students, and Kafka, Jan Reilich Sr., who studied with him, Konrad Babraj, who studied at that time with Vincent Smakovský in Zlín, Stolba, František Chmelař and others. They decided during studies to found artistic community, and Reilich with one stop in Český Těšín came to Brno finally. So they settled here, they called themselves Collective, and they were offered the chateau in Milovice, Baroque chateau. It's interesting that they were offered this option, but they did not accept. And Čestmír Kafka, who separated from this group and studied in Prague and settled in Prague, his family member was also one of the groups. So there were many connections, even family connections, as you can see. And in 1953, Emil Fila, the painter, died, and his former students groups together. They created a fine art group, and then Zdeněk Šimek, Vladimír Preclík, with his wife Zdena Fibichová and Zoubek Kmentová. These were students of Josef Wagner's studio. And in Brno 57 group, we have a lot of theoretical in working in theory of arts people, even composers, Jan Novák and others. So I think when the series of competition was announced, it was unlimited. So people, I think, did not believe that the theater would be built finally. Then they removed the dust from Jan Víšek design, and then after the leadership of Jan Oplatek, something happened. I'd like to add to it one thing, that Czech National Theatre the effort to build Czech National Theatre in Brno, it is dated to the end of the 19th century. A first competition started in 1910, and after half of a century, in the 60s, there was the competition where Jan Víšek won. He took part in the 30s also, but it was in the interim period where the era of socialist realism finished, and the design was affected by that. So after 2 years, that there was a competition of Stavo project, Oplatek, Zavřel, and others were winners, and Jan Víšek stayed as an external collaborator. And as new architects, there were Ivan Ruler and Boleslav Pisařík. Pisařík was responsible for interiors of, let's say, the organization part of the building, and Ivan Ruler the artistic interiors. So Kmentová and Zoubek were motivated by the community in Brno to take part in the competition, and the commissioner was the regional commission, and I discovered a document hinting at the fact that there might have been one more competition in 1962. I'd like to show you the document. Maybe you can explain what had happened then. So we heard a lot about theatre, and I'd like to say that Kmentová and Zoubek really spent a lot of time with this design, and this was the balcony railing, the design of that. And I'd like to say that what was important was the jury of the competition. So Vincent Makovský wanted the anonymous competition, and he took part himself in that competition. There were several competitions announced. When it comes to Kmentová and Zoubek, these were some smaller elements in architecture, but there were more competitions for the statue of Jiří Mahen, Janáček for the curtain, and Milan Kundera explained why the overall result of the competition was completely failed. And then there was competition for Mrštíkovi, and then one of the architects won, and he submitted his design under the name of Zdenek. That was the name of his son at that time. And in 1962, the commission met again, and they assessed another competition for the emblem for the theatre. And in the jury, there was Svoboda, Mačáková, Šimek, Ciencala, Tichý, Lukeš. So no, these were the artists that submitted their pieces of art. The Continental Hotel, that was out of the scope of the competition, and Zdeněk Řihák addressed Kmentová and Zoubek. They put together a contract on, he did it on behalf of the State Institute of the Trade Design. They put together the contract, and the regional artistic committee met only in Brno, so the contract went to Prague, but the committee met in Brno, and the design of the hotel is connected to the renewal of the fairgrounds. And there was the first engineering fair organized in Brno, so the concept of the hotel changed from cheap accommodation to several-star hotel because of the guests for the fair in Brno. Zdeněk Kůdělka, he had very close contacts with Zdeněk Řihák, and certainly also with Bohuslav Fuchs and sculptor Marek. And I had the possibility to speak to Mr. Řihák on the telephone in 2003, and he told me on the telephone the story about the fact that when they started with the base of the hotel, they removed big stone blocks and marble blocks, and it was very difficult to remove that. And at that time, together with Kůdělka, that was one of the first historians of art focused on loss, so they knew that they had been building on the place where Law's masonry workshop was placed, and they decided to leave some of the stone blocks in the grass next to the hotel. They are there until today, but they are difficult to find, and the idea was to then put there the memory plaque created together with Bohuslav Fuchs and Marek.
I'll be very quick now because we are lacking time. So the concept of the hotel changed, and the construction falls into the period of the so-called Brussels style, which left strong marks on the building. Sorry. Here I am. Yes, Eva Kmentová and Olbram Zoubek weren't certain whether the commission would continue or not, because things were very complicated in Brno, and this is an allusion on what was happening around Janáček theater. So here is a look. It was the tallest building in Brno, except for the Petrov Cathedral and the administration building of the Brno trade fairs. So here we can see the reminiscence of the so-called Brussels style. The principle of the staircase is the same. It's like derived from the restaurant in Expo 58 building. Just to realize that the visual style and the transformation on the approach to architecture after the end of the socialist realism style, art was an integral part of architecture, so it was like a Gesamtkunstwerk being created. This was characteristic of the 1960s. There was creative liberty. They were not tied with the eclectic forms of socialist realism. Brechtová and Libensky, there were other artists who can be seen in or identified in Hotel Continental. Čestmír Kafka is another artist present in there, and some more artists who were not identified. Here you can see pictures of the rooms in the hotel. I have put question marks because when studying archival funds, that the company Interhotel Brno, who was administering the Continental Hotel, they commissioned 250 paintings at the Czech Artistic Fund. And these were to be made by young artists, and the price was expected not to exceed 600 Czech crowns. There are names like Dalibor Chatrný, Oldřich Vašica, many Brno artists. So even hanging paintings were considered. I do not know how many of them are left in the hotel. Maybe there are some. We were asked by the hotel administration to identify some of them even. So Eva Kmentová and Olbram Zoubek were commissioned to design, to design the pool and the sculpture, which was to be like an emblem of Hotel Continental. And you can also see the statue by Zdena Fibichova that communicated somehow with the work of Olbram Zoubek. Nowadays, it's placed near Losis stones. In the memoirs of Vlasta Hermostová, you can read that she was the model. She was the model for the sculpture, and the sculpture was done by Konrad Babraj, not Zdeňka Fibichova. Olbram Zoubek suffered a lot when designing the sculpture. And in the family diaries, we can read that it was really hard work for him. But if you look at it now, you won't find out, because it's really a superb piece of art. Eva Kmentová was more pleased by the commission, and she considered the outcome a success. There is a note that they were looking for stones and pebbles in the vicinity of Brno. I believe it was in Bratčice, because it's a huge site for stones. And you may be surprised to see the photos of the pool. The pool is not there anymore. It disappeared. It was designed to be seen from above, and I think it's really an interesting view. A view of the water pool, even though Olbram Zoubek mentioned that there were a lot of problems. The pool was, the size was reduced. There were problems with getting enough land for the pool, etc. And in the 1990s, during the renovation of the hotel, the entire pool was removed and the sculpture was renovated. Through Řihák, Kmentová designed a sculpture from Carrara marble for a hotel in the mountains. It was called the Traces of Eva. So that was another cooperation with Řihák. Here are the Traces of Eva. I really have to be very quick, so we're going to continue. Not in the original context. I would need more research. Zdeněk Řihák entrusted Kmentová with an interesting project, an entire wall in the Research Institute of Mathematic Machines here in Brno. It's near the Villa Tugendhat in Brno and near the Children's Hospital. It's like a lounge. Even socialist Czechoslovakia invested in IT even, and in 1962 the institute had 360 employees, and they had branches in Brno and Prague. So that you could have a view of the context of the work of art. It was development of computers. You can see an unrealized design and the realized one. Another view of the hall. Recently there was a change of the lighting, so it's not very suitable. And this is a picture that's about 5 years old. In this context, the typical building process with Kmentová, it was an imprint of material, of wood into concrete. So it fitted very well in the concept of both Kmentová and the architecture of the time. The residency and the vocational school of Slovnaft in Bratislava and a connecting element between the students' residence and the vocational school. It was a long-term assignment again. They were addressed by Ivan Ruler. Here is a pool with a mosaic. Olbram Zoubek was invited to design a pool. They were happy about it, but I believe it wasn't realized in the end. They hoped it would be a nice work with the Zen aspect, Buddhist aspects, but it's a pity it didn't come to existence. I'm sorry for this confusion in clicking the pictures. I wanted to show you the design. This is the connecting building between the school and the residence. It was done in concrete from the outside and from the inside, a profiled wall, and inside they were imprints, works by Eva Kmentová. So I see Teresa getting up. I should end up my contribution, but I still do have ink stuff. It's very interesting. I believe it's their aggressive designs. I'm sure you would like to see them. It's not Zen Buddhistic. Ivan Ruler and the administration building of Inkstav, Brno Vídeňská Street. Inkstav dealt with the construction of dams, water reservoirs. This is a revolutionary building. It has a hanging facade. For the first time in Brno, it had the concept of open space, offices. My grandmother was working there, and she said it was a very disturbing space because everybody was shouting in their phones, etc. It was not practical. So the iconography is focusing on water. Pavel Navrátil in the lounge, and this is for me the most bizarre. It's Vladimír Preclík. It's a water pond, and it was a design for a meeting room. There is a torso that has been left, and it's placed in the corridor today. Eva Kmentová made a very beautiful design where she imprinted her hands into clay, and it was supposed to have the form of a block, a rounded block, with some more decorative elements, and it was supposed to be placed in front of the main entrance, but she knew that she probably would lose the work, that there was no will of giving her the work. It was most probably due to political reasons, because Ruler had problems. He was against the Soviet invasion. He was dismissed from all his functions. So it was quite obvious. What was the result? The artist who did it was Bořival in the end. He did a work called Dewdrops. Sorry, I was long, but thank you for your attention. Thank you very much. We definitely would like to go on listening to you, especially the detail concerning the potential unknown competition on about the entrance of Janáček Theatre. It's something I haven't heard about so far, but let's use the time and ask questions, if we have any, to Jana and Dagmar. Thank you very much for this wonderful contribution. Did they work directly with the architects? There was no competition. Mainly, that was the reason why they didn't work with Zoubek. Were they free to realize whatever they wished, or did they get a libretto, an assignment? This is a good question. With Slovnaft, for instance, the cooperation was more intense. It was one of the last possibilities for them to cooperate. Ivan Ruller had a strong say into it. There is nothing like a real libretto, as they had in the late 1950s. A libretto was something that preceded the approval of the general design. I know it's very expressive later, but there exists like a commentary, a written commentary, how they should cooperate, where the works were supposed to be placed. The topic as such was not assigned, but Slovnaft, it was the commission was administered by the company called Chemoprojekt. There was like a 3 pages document with the concept. There is no author, but I think it was written by Ruller, and it really says where the works were supposed to be placed, but it did not specify the topic of the work. But it's definitely an important question because it provides the key for reading the architecture. I am enthusiastic about to see the motif of hands, which is so typical for Kmentová, from architecture up to the most intimate works. And we can see it here. It was very radical. It may be very fragile and on other occasions. The imprints and the imprints of wood, it's the motif of the imprint in Eva Kmentová has so many forms, and it doesn't stop to surprise us. There are very innovative solutions of hers. It's really fascinating where she could see and apply this motif. Thank you. More questions? To which extent did you use oral history, for instance? If you find a written source, a document which is unclear, which doesn't correspond to reality, do you confront it with oral history? But memories can be also biased through time. Well, I was in frequent contact with Ivan Ruller. We did a book with him about the cremation hall in Židenice, Brno Židenice, and he said a lot of things, but he could also search through his personal archive. I always have the tendency to verify the information in different archives. Dagmar Černoušková enabled me to access the provincial archives, Moravian provincial archives, and there is an entire fund of Czech visual arts. It's not processed, and it's very difficult to find the documents. I was trying to compare this with the materials that were provided by the foundation, and I can't see anything about Kmentová Zoubek. Well, in the provincial archive, I did a detailed work, and Kmentová Zoubek are missing, in fact. And the fund in question has not been processed, and it was really exceptional that I was allowed to go and do research in there. So I had special conditions, but I didn't find anything concerning Kmentová Zoubek. And as far as personal conversations are concerned with the living survivors, it's Viktor Rudiš, who was very often member of the committees, of the selection committees, in Janusz Kubíček, who is not alive anymore. Boleslav Písařík could be a good source, but he's a very old gentleman. I'm very sorry because me and Terezie both studied with Kudělka, but unfortunately during my studies I was involved in medieval architecture, so I had no idea to work about Kudělka, about these things. Only when I started to do research about the 20th century architecture, I started to perceive modern architecture. I found myself in Villa Tugendhat, and I had some possibilities to talk with Zdeněk Kudělka, but not about this specific topic. I know he was real friends with Řihák. He published a very beautiful article, an interview with Řihák on how a hotel is built. And Zdeněk Řihák, I remember my phone call with him. It was my only contact with him. I haven't met him in person, but on the phone he told me a lot of very nice things about how the hotel had been built. Ivan Ruller pointed the group Trasa to me because they were his friends. So he told me how intense the relations between him and the group members were. But Kudělka, surprisingly, was very often in the 1960s a member of the regional artistic committees. When you see situations when there were direct commissions with Rudiš and Kudělka and János Kubíček being members of the committee, so it was quite common that they selected their friends and close people. I'm sorry, we're pressed by time. Thank you very much. That was great. Jana and Dagmar are a wonderful research duo. I would like to invite you. In the end of the presentation, you could see the interior with the relief of Eva Kmentová in the Pole Cafe, and we will be pleased to meet you there in the evening. Maybe we will have an opportunity to ask more questions and details to Jana and Dagmar. Thank you very much. Now there's a 15 minutes break on our program, so we'll meet here again at 15 p.m. and the next moderator will be Helena Musilová, who is the author of the recent exhibition on Kmentová and Zoubek that was held in Kampa Museum. So see you in a while.
Moc nechytal.
takhle jde dozadu. No, ale to ať to, no. Jo, no. Tohle prostě. Takže držíš tohle, mikrofon.
Dobře.
Pak naskočí sama, nebo se to vám posunou?
Dobré odpoledne, respektive podvečer, jak byl...
Good afternoon or early evening, and we face certain delay, obviously, but I discussed it with Assistant Professor Pospíšil that our evening party should start at 7, so we are okay. We were talking about public art, public space art, and we spoke about Kmentová and Zoubek, about their ideas and confrontations with public and so on. But now we have 3 contributions that are very different. They go deep into the art of Eva Kmentová. 3 important aspects. So the creation of identity through exploring of oneself and one own identity, and then second will be the showing of emptiness, and then the connection to nature, natural elements, and connection to cycles in nature. And all 3 contributions, they work with context and analogies, and they put the work of Eva Kmentová into the whole environment of her contemporary artists, and also to the art of the artist who worked in a completely different environment. So Eva Kmentová, she was an artist, and this is a very different story, because the years when she was active, it was the start of female artists period being more active and being more represented at the art of the world. So here we have Denisa Kulajová, who is the curator and art historian working for Fight Gallery, and this is a very interesting gallery now. I'd like to go back to the new concept, and it's the concept of the, I think, Czechoslovakian art, and we can find more about this, and now completely about a different topic. And I'd like to thank Denisa in advance for her presentation. So I will read my contribution, and this is about bodily self-concept as a part of creation of identity, and it will be about parallels of Eva Kmentová's work with the creative activity of internationally established artists like Alina Sapochnikov and Hanna Wilke. In the 60s and 70s of the last century, many artists, and especially women artists across the world, came to embrace the body and it's used as an object and a means of artistic expression, and the bodily self-conception as a part of identity formation, which was also included in their artistic strategies by artists of contemporary Czechoslovakia, and was most clearly manifested in work of Eva Kmentová. Wilke and Sapochnikov and Eva Kmentová's work certainly reflected freely the new impulses taking place in post-war world out, and as Kmentová also commented retrospectively on this period in her artistic confession from early 80s, it is a freer, happier time traveling abroad, getting acquainted with things and new thinking ideas with things that are happening in the world. I guess all this shapes me, but I don't remember anything specific. Moreover, it's easy to assume that Eva Kmentová and other artists from the close circle around Jindřich Chaloupecký were very familiar with those tendencies in the world art through him. Of course, it is possible and highly probable that the current tendencies naturally stemmed from the need to redefine art in Czechoslovakia itself. However, it is possible to notice some interesting parallels in the work of artists mentioned above. The prints appeared in Eva Kmentová's work as early as the turn of 1964, and various objects and their parts were later substituted by fragments of her own body, which then dominated her work from 1966 and in subsequent casts until 1974. She started body cast based maybe on Alina Sapochnikov's work, and I assume that Alina Sapochnikov was also involved in it, and I assume that Duchamp's negative cast of woman's lap from 50s, or his With My Tongue in My Cheek, and the plaster sculpture of Hans Arp and Sapochnikov met him in Paris. At that time also Circe's Thumb, a London Niece from Claes Oldenburg, and Phallic Breasts from Louis Bourgeois from 1967. The formal similarities with the work of Kmentová artistic contemporaries, especially Sapochnikov, have been pointed out several times in the past. Maria Klimešová and Daniela Kramerová. And it was pointed out by the Polish art historian Urszula Czartoryska. That was in the catalogue for the 1998 exhibition of Alina Sapochnikov in Warsaw. There is no question that Kmentova's work is closest to the Polish artist, with whom she shared the environment of the Academy of Arts and Crafts at the beginning of her studies and the circle of colleagues in Josef Wagner's studio, which Kmentová joined a year later than Sapochnikov in 1947. In fact, they were never classmates. And it's also quite possible that they never met, although Kmentová certainly knew Sapochnikov's work. According to a passage in her Confessions, in Poland, Alena Sapochnikov make body cast, but they are far from me. In their search for new ways of capturing the figure, both of them arrived at a formal innovation of sculpture through a new approach to the problem of body and its representation in the form of impression and the cast. So for Kmentová, the fragmentation of the body and the multiplication of individual impressions and cast, be it lips, feet, knees, hands or fingers, are typical. Sapochnikov, who also joined the New Realism in Paris, like Kmentová, fragmented the body and then used parts of it for casts. Unlike Kmentová, however, Sapochnikova worked almost exclusively with casts of lips, breasts and legs, and also further transformed them into votive objects, resembling everyday objects such as ashtrays or lamps. Alena Sapochnikov also selected, in contrast to the much more expressively modest Kmentová, more spectacular materials and gestures. Kmentová preferred plasters and asbestos cement, which she replaced with more expensive concrete as her materials, but also tin or aluminium. Sapochnikov, on the other hand, apart from a few early works in plaster, experimented with atypical new materials such as polyurethane and polyester resin. And she also chose marble sometimes. In addition to the more expensive materials, Sapochnikov also worked with the print with greater vehemence and monumentality than Kmentová. In Kmentová's work, hands, though often reduced to fingers, but also fists or entire arms, were represented. In parallel, Sapochnikov also took up the subject of the abdomen or the navel area. In contrast to Sapochnikov's abdominal fragments and her earlier work, Pupik from 1969, Kmentová rendering of navel was invented 3 years later. So when we look at lips, in connection with Kmentová and Sapochnikov, we should speak about Italian artist Giuseppe Pennone from the late 70s, Patate and Zucche, and the artist negative cast of parts of his face buried near potatoes and pumpkins, and the gradual growth of the vegetables filled the plaster molds, and the vegetable positive subsequently took on the anthropomorphic appearance of his face. Pennone also experimented with impressions by clenching plaster in his fist. That's kochi work. That was technique used by him 10 years earlier. That was work used by Aliero Boetti in ice and bathing in Turin. The gesture of clasping the mass in the hands were also used by Kmentová in her works collection of butterflies or unnamed palms butterfly made of polychrome plaster. I quote her entry from diary: casts, forms from palms, fingers. The texture of the skin has the tenderness of butterfly wings. I dye them. Kmentová then reflected on the fragments by the portfolio of works called Fingers, and the best application is in the work of aggressive cube, which Tomáš Pospíšil put in connection with Eva Hesse, accession. For me personally, there's the parallel with Louis Bourgeois' phallic breasts, specifically Germinal from 1967, or compulsion furniture and accumulation by Yayoi Kusami from the early 60s. And there was fragments of bodily projections appear on pieces of found furniture into very specific Ossic cement sculptures with the biblical theme of Eve and Mary. This was mentioned in contribution from the National Gallery. Kmentová worked the cast of her entire limbs. That was also the year when Bruce Naumann used a cast of his entire right arm, shoulder, throat, jaws and lips in from hand to mouth. A year earlier he had also made impressions of 5 different unidentified knees, in wax impressions of the knees of 5 famous artists. Kmentová also reflected the knees in her work, in her son Yasan cast legs. The torso of the knees in counterpoint follows an earlier relief cast on his legs with part of his hands. Together with the series of cast fingers is one of her last ever casts. While with legs there is an obvious similarity to multiple knees, London knees by the American artist Klaus Oldenburg. And it also corresponds to Sapochnikov large-scale cycled Celnik, composed of the body of her adopted son Piotr. Coincidentally, the American artist of German origin Hanna Wilka, and in her engaged work we can find similar elements to Kmentová and Sapochnikov. Kmentová, with her strength waning after the discovery of her illness, she reassessed her work in 1975 and proceeded to even more intimate form, reliefs of squashed, torn or cut, folded or glued layers. These objects by Eva Kmentová, especially several variants of white rose or green rose, form a surprising visual parallel to Hanna Wilke objects. In addition, the analogy to the work of this second-generation feminist artist, whose work in the field of sculpture and performance purposefully challenged gender stereotypes, is also encouraged by a part of the text for Eva Kmentová by her close friend Olga Čechová. Hanna Wilke first created her signature vaginal ceramic sculptures in the early 60s and then began experimenting with latex in mid-70s like Wilke, who also used metal text and pinks. Kmen's work also features metal elements in the form of nails and in some works latex in addition to paper. There is also with roses an interesting resemblance to Ladislav Novak's roses, when several decollages were created, even with some erotic subtext. However, with Kmentová it's possible that she might have considered following Lucio Fontana, Concetto Spaziale or Karel Malich and his corridors. A certain similarity to Wilke's work was also perceived by Western audiences. Kmentová also approaches Wilke's work in her Confessions. The paper is white and malleable. It becomes humanized by crunching. Also in the curatorial text by Jiří Valoch, for the exhibition Eva Kmentová drawings at the Brno House of Art, it is stated the crunched paper means humanizing, and from these fragments the author creates roses. This is metaphorical evocation, simplified but with a lot of connotations which the author gradually becomes aware of. Sometimes referring to the world of living organisms. That's the work called Štěrbina. Squeezing, which leaves traces in the form of impressions, also shaped the teeth with chewing gum, and these possibilities have been explored by Šapošníkov and Wilke. While Šapošníkov in 1971 documented bizarre gum sculptures, Wilke used the flexibility of chewing gum as social commentary in her series of performative self-portraits, Sterification Object Series 1974 to 82. During these, the artist handed out chewing gum to participants, asking them back after chewing it, and then sculpted them into explicit vaginal forms, taping the gum to her body and having them document themselves in provocative poses, demonstrating the objectification and stigmatization of women. It is also important to consider contemporary emancipatory efforts to legitimize women artists, in contrast to the completely ambiguous feminist environment of Czechoslovakia. Although Ludmila Vachtová and Mariana Placáková pointed out the interesting fact that despite the great improvement in the situation of women artists, compared to the pre-war period, gender inequalities persisted, and women artists coped with them using different strategies that enabled them to assert themselves. One of them could have been the natural choice of the male artist as a life partner, and through his partner, the female artist had a more advantageous position and better self-realization. Similar strategy was also selected by American feminist artists, who also chose men from the art scene. An example would be Hanna Wilke and Klaus Oldenburg. They had relationship from 1969. Ceramic sculptures of Wilke were exhibited in 2 group shows at Richard Feynman Gallery, the Americans, and 10 painters and 1 sculptor. The sculptor was Hanna Wilke. In 1972, her work was included in the American Women Artist exhibition at the Kunsthaus in Berlin and at Documenta 5th in Kassel. The unclarity at that moment in the Czech Republic, and we should mention some other women artists, Magdalena Jetelová, Adriana Šimotová, and in the film section Věra Chytilová also appeared in the Western feminist framework. In spring 1985, there was the groundbreaking international feminist exhibition organized. Kunst mit Eigensinn was held. It was in Vienna, and it was initiated and co-curated by the artist Valley Export. In addition to artists from North America, Western Europe, Japan and Australia, artists from Poland, Czechoslovakia, Hungary and Yugoslavia were invited, and these were mostly loans from Western galleries. Kmentová work was represented by a large-scale vertical work of stacked wrapping paper, listed in the catalogue as the Great Column. The official title is Velká štěrbina from 1975. In the context of the exhibition, the work was read as vulgar by the prudish viewers in Vienna and thus provoked a very indignant reaction. So the exhibition was formed as the manifest common feminist project that was supported by contemporary theoretical text, and the name of the exhibition on purpose was Women's Art, in comparison to Art of Women. In conclusion, I would like to add that the effort to include women, their views, attitudes, strategies and experiences in art historical discourse means, of course, not to create a parallel history of women's art, and even in this way not to further fulfill the surviving social gender stereotypes. thank you for your attention.
So thank you very, very much for your perfect timing. You've got 1 minute left. I open the discussion, so if you have a question. I have no question, but a few comments. Thank you for the contribution. I'm coming back to the last picture, the Great Gap. It was a work that we sent there in 1975. It was 10 years old at the time. We sent it there together with my father because my mother was already dead at the time. It came from our family collection. And the fate of the work is the following. It came back, it was so damaged that it couldn't be repaired. It was really torn out. It was like defloored. Someone really took, like victimized it really. It was heavily, heavily damaged. It was intentional, definitely. Someone really wanted to fight with that work. It was torn in such a way that in the gap there was a metal object, because layered paper, as you might note, in thick layers, it's something that cannot be torn by hands. It's really solid, so it has the solidity of the thick layer. But here someone had really to take a metallic tool, and tear it completely. Today we really regret that we didn't preserve it, because with today's method of paper restoration it might be possible to renovate it, but it was liquidated, it's destroyed. That's about the fate of this work that only survived the artist by 5 years and no more. That's quite interesting. Yes, it would be interesting to exhibit it together with the phallic intervention. Is there any next question? Thank you. Denisa, you mentioned at the beginning that she liked to work with asbestos cement because it was the cheaper and more convenient variant when compared to concrete. Is that really so? What are the advantages? Well, I think there's some ash added in asbestos cement. There's asbestos. There's a very good example here. You can see it on the surface of the object. I heard it in an interview with Chlupáč. It was a cheaper version of concrete. Well, for Eva Kmentová, I think it's quite typical. Sorry, I can't hear the question. I can't hear the comment. It was easy to work with. It was simple to use. And the objects, well, they have kind of hair, and this is the asbestos. It's bought in packs. You mix it with cement, with water and cement and asbestos. It makes like a paste, and this is put into the molds. And the molds are much less heavy than if you work with concrete, and they last longer. But you always have these hairs. Of course, I can ask a question myself. On the pictures, on the photos we saw, I realized that I never addressed the question of color in the work of Eva Kmentová. I was always upset by the red color on the lips and on the women target. It's again a very sharp red color. There are these radical blue. How do you perceive color in Eva Kmentová's work? I think that color has always a purpose, a reason for the artist himself or herself. Many artists say that color means emotion, and in Kmentová the color scale was quite limited. She used only a few colors. Would be more a question to Eva Kmentová than to myself. Although we we consider Eva Kmentová to be monochromatic. It's not always the case. Yes, there's always this radical aspect of the red, but I am more surprised with the dark blue and green. I can react on it because when studying the work of Eva Kmentová, I thought about color a lot. I didn't perceive her as from the content-wise, I didn't perceive her like this. According to me, Kmentová concentrated on the surface of the sculpture, and through color, she would enhance the final impression. She experimented with color, with latex, if I'm not mistaken, which highlighted the plasticity even more. So, in my opinion, she was looking for new ways to work with the surface of the sculpture, not only content-wise, but symbolically, to make a stronger impression through the color. This is mentioned very nicely in connection with Eva Hesse by Brunifer. Yes, I would agree concerning the latex. That is a strong point for experimenting. But in Kmentová, I had the feeling that she didn't work with the surface, that she works with line and form and not very much with details of the surface. You're right that latex, it's something where it's really pronounced. And one more aspect I realize now, which is in contradiction to what I mentioned before, in landscape there is this very important symbolic level, the blue sky and the green grass. So this level is present as well. But when thinking about color, I found it interesting to connect the work with the surface with the topic of the sculpture. Maybe one last question, if there is any. Thank you very much. I love these contributions because they are this is our art historical matter. When speaking about color, how do you perceive the relation between Kmentová and pop art and new realism? Because there might be an answer. Well, I would rather connect it with arte povera and the modest way of expressing herself. And what about the red lips? Of course, they had eccentricities as well in arte povera. I wouldn't be so strict about it. Well, for me, it's a very strong alliance. Well, the new realism with the influence of Chalupecký and the other contacts, I think there was a lot of resonance. It worked fine. And figuralism, of course. Thank you. Welcome. If there are no more really topical questions, we can follow with the discussion or continue the discussion in the cafe. Thank you very much for this contribution. I'm now going to ask Alice Němcová once again to take the floor. She's already been introduced. I would only like to compliment that her graduation thesis was about Prague subway and the public space within it. And now she's going to have a presentation about the void. Good evening once again. In my contribution, I would like to deal with selected works of Eva Kmentová, the bed sheet from 1969, the topic of vanitas, and the work of González Torres. Abandoned space, cast and text of Eva Kmentová and the concept of paper objects can be perceived as an expression of the vanity. The intimate and erotic position of these works may compare Kmentová to Šapočníkov and Eva Hesse, but to younger artists as well. A partial inspiration for this contribution is the text Vanitas by Calliope Chamonikola, published in the bulletin of the Moravian Gallery in 1996, and a collection of essays by George Didi Huberman, Nympha Moderna, an essay of the fallen drapery. Chamonikola deals with iconographic transformations and parallels of vanitas in selected authors of the 1980s and 90s in comparison with early art. She summarized the development of the topic until surrealist tendencies in between the wars, and she came back to it in the 90s and 80s of the 20th century. She skipped the 50s, 60s, and 70s because then analytical tendencies pushed away the pictorial tendencies to the background. I do not agree with this, and I would like to show it on the example of Kmentová. The topic of vanitas is one of the classical topics in the history of art. Its partial manifestations change in time, but they express the ephemerality of human life and human efforts. It's a classical topic, it's universal, it's a warning before the finality of being, and this is typical of Kmentová as well.
The genre of still life, and specifically the vanitas type, spread especially in the first half of the 17th century in the Netherlands. This phenomenon was influenced by the growing bourgeoisie, Protestantism, and also the reaction to the plague epidemic. Vanitas was born as a visualization of the concerns of the time. As the title suggests, the subject matter is meant to make the viewer reflect the transience of life, the fragility and the futility of worldly pleasures. Although vanitas traditionally depict a skull, books, a burning candle, a clock or other objects, charge powerful, meaningful symbolism. Almost all still lifes from this period contain the dimension of the inevitable passing of time. A repeating motive was also a still life with smoking paraphernalia. So not only the knowing but also the pleasures are limited. These two still lives are not a classic type of vanitas type, but the warning against the end of life is part of still life of this type in every case. So we can see not eaten food completely, so all objects that were touched by people, and the people left the place, abandoned these tables. So this is a moment of stopped time, so the flowers will fail and the food will rotten. So I can come back to Didi Huberman, who writes that these objects exist in their destined mission, which is to decay more and more. The fruit will soon rot, the drapery of the pavement will incessantly descend to formlessness. Drapery is a repeating motive in these still lives. So especially for the artistic class family, drapery became a kind of personal brand. Drapery served both to complete overall composition and as an opportunity for the artist to demonstrate his virtuosity. At the same time, drapery is an object that bears the traces of human touch. The wrinkled texture and the crinkled folds reveal a map of the touch of human hands and thus become a proxy symbol of human presence. So this marks those who have passed away. Similarly, a proxy symbol of human presence is the sheet, a plaster cast of a crumpled drapery created by Kmentová in 1969. In the same year, several other works were created, where the motif of the cast drapery were worked on. The retracted curtain is a plaster cast of a curtain installed in a wooden frame. Kmentová noted in her diary that the work resembled a curtain, which was not her intention. So we can assume that the sculpture was intended to be more subtle. This drapery curtain in a window creating a divide between the inner intimate and outer public space. In this way, the viewer could play out a range of associations offered by looking through the semi-transparent matter of the curtain. The motive of obscuring tension is not finally that strong due to the resulting more powerful impression of the whole work. The small drapery, which was originally also a plaster cast, is reminiscent in format of the sculptor's series of stellar trees and other vertically block-like sculptures. The crumpled drapery, also thanks to the height orientation, evokes a torso, or rather its wrapping. This wrapped sculpture combines reference both to the existential dimensions of fragments of the human body in the work of Alberto Giacometti and to surrealist amalgamations which unsettle our gaze and force us to explore. We want to know what is hidden beneath the drapery. In the drawings, collages and mouflages and their cast, the wrinkled structure is the very skin of the body surface. It is a reversed approach, where the touch of the body is not transcribed into the object, but the body bears the traces of touch and the records of events. The drawn curtain, little drapery and wrapped sculpture are all essentially sculptural works, which is also true of the sheet. And Ludmila Vachtová wrote about that. Unlike the orthodox conceptualist, Eva Kmentová left no instructions on how to handle the sheet. But in fact, here you can find some guidelines how to exhibit the sheet, and it should be on the base at the height of 20 centimeters. You can see it here, and I think that the installation on the wall is even more impressive because you have more space from the sheet, and it has maybe certain religious character. But a horizontal exhibition is also interesting for the viewers to explore the sheet. And this is an archaeological document of the night, the monument to sleep, one of the abandoned spaces, and the sculpture Abandoned Space. This is the work from National Gallery 1964, and Jindřich Chalupecký likened most of the artist's works to this abandoned space, especially her imprints and casts, where the surface and structure, not the volume of the work itself, carries the meaning. The material in which things and bodies establish their existence has disappeared. Only their shape remains. They are present only in the form of illuminations. The works of Kmentová and González Torres have different social and cultural context and could hardly have been created under mutual influence. However, one can point to a remarkable affinity of the initial source of thought. Cuban-American multimedia artist Felix González Torres has created a silent memorial to his late partner in a series of billboards. González Torres entered the American art scene not only as a member of the Hispanic minority, but also as an openly gay man at the time when the HIV epidemic was hitting the States. A number of myths and half-truths surrounded the disease. The disease was even originally called GRID, gay-related immune deficiency, because it was thought that it affected only gay men. In a public space that was still filled with fear of HIV and homophobia, González Torres displayed a series of 24 billboards with the same monumental black and white photograph of crumbled double bed. The sheet, duvet and pillows still bear the visible traces of human bodies. Ross Laycock, the work is dedicated to him, died of complications from AIDS in 1991, and González Torres had the same fate in 1996. Between the 20th of February and March 18th, billboards appeared in various locations in Manhattan. For many passerbys, maybe it was just another advertisement, but for some observers it was a work that not only carries the autobiographical themes of González Torres, but has a far more universal appeal, although the work has a political charge. Unlike Eva Kmentová sheets, González Torres did not want that level to be contained in a scandalizing way. So he said, we need our own space to think and digest what we see. And we also need to trust the viewer and trust the power of the object. And the power is in the simple things. I like the clarity it brings to thinking. Felix González Torres knew that a certain section of the political establishment would wish to label his work they wanted the artist to be labeled as homoerotic, and at that time that was unacceptable. Felix González Torres himself spoke about it in the interview that he wanted the governors from certain states to make performance with HIV-infected blood. So something that can be easily scandalized. But what he wanted to do was to prepare or make work that is universal, and every viewer can find in it something special for him or her. And both Eva Kmentová's work and Felix González Torres' work are very personal, but they still resonate very strongly, and this is maybe one of the reasons. This is not only work by Felix González Torres that would reflect transience of human life. His next iconic work is untitled Perfect Lovers in brackets, and these are two identical commercial wall clocks. They are displayed side by side, they are synchronized at the beginning of the exhibition, but during the exhibition they fall out of rhythm, and this work was created before Ross Laycock's death, and this work is also dedicated to him. And when Laycock was diagnosed with AIDS, González Torres prepared the first drawing of the work, and in a letter sent to Laycock, González Torres described his work. Don't worry about the clock, it's our time. Time has been generous to us. We imprinted ourselves in time with the sweet taste of victory. We overcame fate by meeting at a certain time in certain place. We are the product of time, so let us pay tribute to what we are due, time. We are synchronized now and forever. I love you. And this is coming back to theme of vanitas, that time we can't stop, and it's time of all of us. Regardless if the object was exhibited in the 70s or now. There's another work of González Torres, Portrait of Ross in LA. This is an installation that can change based on exhibition space, but basically it's a pile of candies that have weight of 79 kilograms, the weight of Ross Laycock, and this can be taken by the visitors, so finally the whole work disappears. So this is like losing your life strength due to the disease, and this is a motive that is connected to vanitas. Kmentová did not create works that would ask for participation of the public. The only case was event that happened in Špála Gallery, where there was the casts of traces that went from the outside to the inside. Eva Kmentová the individual traces signed and gave them to the visitors. And then Eva Kmentová thought about some plastic box where people would deposit some notes for her, stories, some wise comments, and she would collect all of them in the box. And another example, maybe participation of close friends. So this is one of the works exhibited here. So these were cut out of hands of the close friends, and she kept these. But what is present, this is the transience of life and the fragility of the object of art also. Kmentová, González Torres, Eva Hesse, Alina Šapočníkov and Hanna Wilke are also united by their personal experience with a long-term and incurable illness. In recent years, art history has undergone a gendered post-colonial or environmental revision, and the possibility of deconstructing place schemes. Whether the above-mentioned authors are suitable for this type of interpretation, I leave open. For González Torres, the sheet and the bed were not only spaces for dreaming, sleeping, resting, a place of a safe den or intimate encounters, but also a place of pain, of forced staying, and a place where thoughts of death insistently come. An abandoned space with no hope of return of a loved one. We can paraphrase here the text of Didi Huberman, who speaks of the fact that in the fall of Nympha, the drapery becomes an extension, intensity, and inherence of death itself. For Eva Kmentová, the experience of serious illness was not yet a current topic in 1969, but her sheet raises questions and associations related to loss. The sculpture modeling the white paint and the possibility of hanging the work can give the sculpture almost religious connotations. And these authors, they share certain kind of inclusiveness. Both works, they bear deep experience of a human being. So they don't have common ideological, cultural, or political background. The works differ in the medium used and the context of their presentation, but they are united, Kmentová and González Torres, by the same subject matter, by intimacy, physical touch, and a strong nostalgia for the traces left behind.
Thank you for your contribution. I open the discussion because I believe this was a completely different view on the work of Kmentová. So if you have comments or questions. That was beautiful, very nice. Thank you. Before there is another question, I may ask myself, the works before the illness were like a stopped moment of intimacy. I didn't perceive any vanitas in them. But in relation to the bed sheet, I would perceive it more as a landscape. The two bodies that are present in the imprint, like man target, woman target. The contents, its intimacy, partnership, which is a stronger impression than the visuality of the bedsheet itself. Well, for me, the bedsheet, there is this series of white drawings where the drapery becomes the skin. The skin bears the imprints of the touch of the bedsheet can be intimate, erotic, but the fact that the imprints on the bedsheet are caused by a body that is not present anymore. The human body is missing. So this is what evokes in me the analogies that the missing of the person is something that connects it to the still lives with the draperies, with the people who were there but are not present anymore in the painting. So something that evokes the theme of death. Well, the preservation of a moment that is unique. To me, it's the other extreme. Well, definitely. This is wonderful in it, because the works can be, it's a resonance board for the viewer. And every individual life experience, I had a different feeling of them 10 years ago, and it's different now. It's a different life experience. So this is definitely very, very subjective, but the work in itself has a potential and the possibility of various interpretation. And once more to the abandoned space. The first abandoned space, the thin one, is something I found like a path to inner emancipation, and I perceived the human egg in the same way. I found it different, the approach to the bedsheet and to the human egg. The human egg is the birth of herself, of the self, and it should be remembered that Zoubek cooperated in it, although their partnership was extremely complicated at the time already. This is what I find as a very, very unexpected interpretation, and it's thought-provoking. Other questions? I do not have a question, but in relation to these works, I thought I should point out one aspect that is present in the exhibition and is not very well known. It's the object for Prostějov costume enterprise or clothing enterprise. The experience with the work is interesting. I do not know whether it was really the case, but in that moment, Kmentová worked with the cloth, with textile or with drapery in such a way that she used it to model the human body. It's in a completely different context. 1 year later, she used the textile in a completely different way. As far as considering what is mentioned in the diary, the use of textile was inspired by the fact that it was a work for the clothing industry building. and also that it was very fast. She says in the diary she wanted to be to have it as a very quickly produced work, but finally it became a very heavy, fundamental topic for her. This is a very nice point. It's the first time I could see the work itself, and although I believe that the use of textiles was connected with the fact that it was a commission for the clothing enterprise, you can see that it's very thin. The curtain that didn't fulfill her expectations because it was too heavy had a different structure. If the first use of textile was this public commission, then it's a very good example of the fact that works that were made on commission and were made for earning money could influence the artist in their following creation. So the influence could go the two ways, from public commissions to loose works and vice versa. One more point to the Prostějov work. Eva Kmentová was quite close to Eva Petrová, and Eva Petrová was very close to František Hudeček. And I believe that at that time she revived the memory of his famous relief, Dialogue About Beauty. So the relationship between commissions and free creation in that time was really complex. And it is possible that Hudeček might have played a role in that. And the curtain, I had always difficulties with that. The window curtain, if it had a different frame and if it wasn't standing on legs, because all this creates the idea of a scene, of a theater scene, and not a window, maybe it was prevented by some technical issues. Yeah, we talked a lot about the construction when we were trying to exhibit it. It's in contradiction to the work itself. It's also the color. It's painted brown. Well, technologically, Polana, do you have a comment on that? You always have good comments. Yes, she has got a comment. When the window curtain was exhibited in Kampa, I received from a friend of ours, a very intelligent man who is not aware of any sculptural technologies. He asked me about how it was created. From the front, it looks like a thin cloth, and from the back, it has got a very massive, modeled depth impression, and that probably was not the intention of my mother. But as you say, Maria, this technological aspect caused that the thin textile couldn't be hanged. It wasn't possible. If we see here the 3 pieces of cloth for Prostějov, we can see the typical structure of the textile, but it's still much more massive, much more robust. And so the answer we provided to our friends, through our friend, we said it probably was a very thin cloth. It was really a window curtain, because this is what my mother had, both in her 2 studios, in the den and in the barn. They were thin textiles that she herself chose and adjusted to be put into the windows. But in the Schlicker, when it gets wet, it wouldn't hang. So she modeled. It's not modeling. It's like a layer of plaster that created the volume from the back side. It's the similar way with the human egg. A layer of plaster makes a heavy surface. a more solid surface. This is what the explanation we provided to our friend, but we are not sure that whether it's true or not. If there are not questions anymore, thank you for the contribution. I really wanted to put the still life with the fruit on your table. Thank you. So now I will invite the last contribution, Mrs. Gabriela Garlatiová, who, besides her many other activities, deals with the work of Maria Bartusová. I think that you have already seen or heard about the very, very successful exhibition in Tate in London. Congratulations. And I'm really curious to hear about the context of Maria Bartusová and Eva Kmentová.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I have to read it. I don't like that, but because it makes the talk more serious. And before I start with my contribution, I'd like to say thank you for being invited here. And this is due to the fact that this conference is interpreted and it's online and streamed, because important part of our work, mapping and thinking about art. And I'd like to say hello to colleagues from Salzburg, because there's Maria's exhibition there, and also to London, to people who also follow this conference. And it's not only about domestic thinking, but about the light emitted to the world.
A further note I would like to add, Tomáš Pospíšil was very important to me, let's say 10 years ago, when I was reading his thoughts about the similarities with minimalism in Czechoslovakia. He was more focused on the Czech context, but there are very many differences as well. And that was the moment when I started to deal with the differences and to name them. Not only the associative history, but also the way of thinking, of contextualization of the works in our art. And the context, as far as I can see, the Czechoslovak context is extremely important. It's a very vivid concept that remains alive. So allow me to present in a very quick way something which is so complex as the work of Maria Bartusová, by showing on some aspects of nature and her work with natural materials, trunks, stones, gravistimulation and gravistimulated casting, and through examples from notes and drawings of the artists, I'm going to show the ecologically sustainable architecture idea of the future that correlate with the eco-feminist themes that are urgently generated by the global climatic crisis.
So along with the artist's ability to dialogue with the work of sculptors such as Henry Moore, Konstantin Brancusi and Lucio Fontana, it is the artist's ability to respond to their work that is one of the most compelling for the reception of her work. So Bartusová has focused on the phenomenon of temporality and fragility versus solidity and permanence. Maria Bartusová did not distance herself from ordinary life, from people, but also from the nature that surrounded her. These relationships are present in her work from the early 60s to the late 80s. In the second part of my contribution, I'd like to speak about analogies with the work of Eva Kmentová. I am not an expert on Eva Kmentová. It's a very interesting moment for me to go deeper into their work and into detail of their comparison. Trees in Wind. Around 1961, when Maria Bartusová, she was still living in Prague, she began to work on small sculptures of vertical form, which we have identified from her drawings as a shape study of trees in the wind. There's also description, and these descriptions are in very small letters, so sorry. And she wrote her description in Czech language, and all her notes are in Czech language, and I kept them like that for her monograph. So maybe you will more look at the pictures, and it is also it also shows how Bartusová encrypted her sculptures with additional layers of meaning. And the work dates from 1961, the period when Maria Bartusová became pregnant, married, and had to leave school. Already in this period she begins to cast plaster into condoms, a possible reference to the early pregnancy, and balloons inspired by playing ball with her daughter Anna. As we see in other works that link bodily and natural forms and their meanings, such as the raindrop, or even in the intention to create a process work, as shown in the concept of a drawing with drops running down glass, intended as a sculpture for the blind. There's text for blind people, raindrops on the glass, so all very short description of her work. So this is the theme of raindrops, how she worked with them, and this is modeled work, gravity stimulation cast. In the 60s she worked mainly on haptic sculptures and jigsaw puzzles created by gravity-stimulated shaping. They are intended to be touched, to be known, but also perceived by touch. These are mainly sculptures based on the motif of a drop, a grain in a small dimension in the hand, to object sculptures, but also of a sprouting fruit and a plant that germinates, develops and also disappears in the biosexual processes of nature. These sculptures were then assembled by the sculptor into multi-part jigsaw puzzles of 2, 3 or 4 parts, intended as didactic aids for blind children, which she worked on since the late 60s and presented in collaboration with Gabriel Kladek at Symposia for Blind Children in Levoča in 1976 and 1983. Recently, Gabriel Kladek has passed away, and this is also the honor to the photographer, because due to him we have been able to see a lot of pieces of art of Maria Bartusová. The focal sculpture of germination in the left is made up of gravity-stimulated rounded shapes composed of parts evoking aesthetically impressive bodily forms, but also erotic feelings, as was noted by the artist. In the 2-part sculpture, the phallus is thematized as a biosexual element, but we can also see that Bartusová uses this representation as a humorous and witty allusion, as a tribute to the juggler, and in another sculpture she lets the shape wither. or depicts the act of union. So this is really the act of union, penetration, the growth of one form into the other. We see this ability to make a suggestive statement using the psychology and aesthetic of form as one of the artist's most important abilities. It is certainly based on a peculiar technique of gravity-stimulated casting, during which thin plaster is poured by the artist into a balloon, and the shape is then created by immersing it in water, when it acquires an organically perfect shape. The theme of change and its transformation, or the shape and its is thus an important theme in her work. It is the connection to the surrounding world and the activity of play and intuition, meditation, intuitive perception and meditation. Alongside the didactic jigsaw puzzle, a group of sculptures also was revealed, and these are called mine. These are works derived from an intimate creation of hidden meanings at the time. Basically, now we can know more about what she wanted to represent. The grain, enlarged several times, transforms into lips and into a vulva, while remaining a huge seed from the stone quarried in the quarry in Vyšné Ružbachy. And the theme of biosexuality is a metaphor for a more personal way of naming how Maria Bartuš perceives relationships. She sees them as synapses that create organic life. In this way, they are actually biological in nature, but also as social interpersonal relationships. She captures them concretely in her personal relationships with her husband or her children. Relationships for her is the most important thing that shapes our lives, and they also shape art. In the 70s of the last century, the theme of biomorphic geometry is also evident in her work, and she explored that in connection with her membership in the Czechoslovak Club of Concretists. Her aluminium reliefs, however, continue to trace processual and atmospheric events in nature, such as the flow of air on the surface of water, the flight of dandelion seeds in the air. Bartuš drew on morphological studies she found in various clippings from the contemporary press, and these are morphological studies, not finished works. Maria Bartušová. This is quite fast, the slides, I have to say. Maria Bartušová complemented this rational exploration with an approach of emotional experience, of perceiving art, but also of experiencing life in a spiritual and contemplative way, where she connected her own work with the work of nature. And this is very much in evidence in the 80s, for example, in the works implementing parts of nature, such as stone, branches, or even the photographs of Věra Kladeková, the wife of Gabriel Kladek. She cooperated with. Maria Bartušová often went for walks, hikes, or nature walks, either alone or with her family, daughters, or friends. And these people provided me with this information, helped me to realize an important dimension of her work with nature. And this is relief that is colored by blue and black color, and And this is the pollution, and it shows the ecological problem, but also the temporariness, vulnerability, and possible destruction that threatens the earth. In the 80s, Bartusová worked with technique of pneumatic shaping, which is the opposite of gravity stimulation, towards the emptying of the full heavy mass. Important in both technique is the work with inflating the balloon with breath, with filling the balloon with liquid plaster, and with a shape that is naturally given. We can see that the artist works with principles that are given by physical laws such as gravity and time. The technique of pneumatic shaping represents precisely the fragility and possible destruction of matter and shape. And this is also vital, growing, and thus pointing towards eternity as a force. She works with it, for example, in the series Infinite X, where plaster shells from balloon casts are assembled into structures that reproduce. She approached the theme of infinite universe, or infinity, by which she relates to the spiritually and contemplative nature of Zen Buddhism. And she became familiar with these concepts in late 60s from Czech translated literature. The extensive series of reliefs and sculptures, Melting Snow or Landscape, 1985-1983, shows us the experimental nature of her work, in which she incorporates parts of natural elements such as stone or branches, grass in snow. And key work of that period, technique and subject matter, is shell relief from Tate Collection in London, which is an architectural structure, a proposal for the construction of the future, a place that is designed to survive and protect human life. Bartusová also focuses on the space for the protection of women, as she sees herself as the one for whom these shell nests are intended, as places of protection of physical as well as psychological safety. So Maria Bartusová works with the theme of the protective space of architecture, and she works with that in broader space for all nature, all living beings in earth, be it air, her own breath, which she inflates balloons, the water, which she uses for binding the plaster. Beyond the fact that her personal life experiences are emotionally and humanly reflected in the ideas of her work, they are neither singular nor monopolistic. They thematize the relationship that make up, model our lives, but also life on Earth in general. And she observes the deeper, fragile structure of relationships and also devastation of nature and life. So that was eco-feminine message of the sculptor. Belief in rebirth, a resurrection to life. This is also the subject of another object preserved by photography, a fragment of a cracked balloon vault made of a rounded cast. These ideas were the subject of her second solo exhibition in 1988. The first one was in 1983. And this one in 1988 took place in Košice at the Gallery of the Union of Slovak Artists. It was at the same time the most significant and important exhibition that the artist put together and installed in her conception. A apart from the much anticipated exhibition that presented her works, it was also conceived as a memento, this exhibition. There was in 1985 there was a dome-like formation created by casting a larger shape from a weather balloon, one main and other associated smaller ones. On top of it are mounted shells of open shells structurally reminiscent of the construction of a wasp nest, composed of hexagonal cells, with an inlet opening into which the wasps lay their eggs. The background to these objects is certainly the observational stimulus and the subsequent investigation of the mechanical and chemical properties of natural materials. She created sketches of organically constructed architecture, made of biological materials, capable of providing the building with a natural appearance, structural strength, as well as material lightness, but at the same time biodegradability as well. She also prepared some architectural drawings, and there's no time to read all of them. The first tree sculpture, a site-specific work, was the object Tree, 1987, whose trunk and surrounding lawn, as documented by Gabriela Kladek photographs, protectively wrapped and covered it with plastic sheeting, which she also tied with string. The photographs also demonstrate the plastic process of adding plaster. The main figure of the installation is the body of a plum tree, on which plaster objects grow like eggs, forming nests, places to live. Love and compassion to nature is part of those works, and she explores their phenomena, morning, bird singing. This is my morning aperitif.
The work of Maria Bartusová was presented in the curatorial selection of Ada Kranáčová. This exhibition was a comeback to Prague, and it shows what was happening with her work, because she created them on site, as we can read in the period press. We find out that after the end of the exhibition they were destroyed. She had no way, she had no organizational structure, no support in Prague to have the works preserved. For her, Prague was extremely important. It was a starting point because she was born there, she lived there until 1961, and she would return there. She had a very good overview of what was happening in Prague as far as exhibitions were concerned. She had contacts, but the important people she was in contact with was Jiří Kotarík, who visited the studio of Juraj Bartus several times, and an important source for Bartusová were two Czech authors, Jindřich Chaloupecký and Petr Wittlich. And the literature they produced and that she studied, the one that was available, of course, in Slovakia, a monograph by Wittlich, for instance. So we have no information that Maria Bartusová would meet Eva Kmentová. It is possible that they saw each other. Maria Vnoučková, who was 8 years younger, she studied at the School of Home Interior Design, where Eva Kmentová's father was a teacher. He's the one in the light coat. So she visited exhibitions that were held in Prague, and she had a good overview. I know I'm late by 3 minutes already, but I'm getting to the point to point out certain similarities and differences of Bartusová and Kmentová by comparing several works they produced. Both artists approached the topics in different ways. Kmentová lived in Prague. She's connected personally and inherently with Prague. Bartusová left Prague in 1961-62, and through South Slovakia she went to Košice, to the other end of the country. She became humanly and culturally isolated. She lost the possibility to work on joint exhibitions, etc. In other conditions and other places, it happens that artists deal with the subjects that materially and morphologically are treated differently. They both work on the topic of tree. In the early 60s, around 1966, they both took the topic of germination, raindrops, and rain. Raindrops by Eva Kmentová. Are filling the white space of the paper. This is enhanced by printing ink that she used and depression. Something as fragile as a water drop symbolizes psychological stress. For me, rain evokes like tears. Kmentová works with paper. She crumples paper. Bartusová doesn't model her drops. She casts them in plaster and then in bronze and aluminium. The topic or subject of the egg is significant for both artists. The human egg by Kmentová from 1966 is an interior space that she fills with the imprint of her body. The body is missing and the outer shell is made by layering of plaster. Bartusová works differently, and she uses the subject of egg beginning 1964 in various ways. There are connected eggs, infinite eggs, egg skull, perforated head, architecture. The egg in the work of Maria Bartusová is a proto-feminist motif. Bartusová interconnects with it. She puts it on trees, on sand, on the soil. She identifies with it as a mother, as a woman. Kmentová makes a nest from leaves that is empty. So both artists deal with a similar situation. They perceive their human identity, social reality, and forms that are manifestations of life. Kmentová works directly with motifs like germination, casts of fingers that germinate, that push themselves forward from the ground. With the cushion by Kmentová, Bartusová could have known this work from the catalogue of an exhibition from 1968. What is interesting is that Bartusová worked with the motif of bedsheet or cushion or bed. She worked with it in the 1980s. With a close situation, the originally intended work hanged on the wall. She installed it horizontally and put some parts of her shell-like objects on it. So it's an interesting interconnection to see how Kmentová works with paper as with a drapery, which is in fact a live form identified with nature. And her drawings are here. Both artists really are very close to each other with the structures of nature. These are some analogies. I'm not going to go into details because of lack of time, but it is extremely interesting to see the work of Kmentová as an object and to see the architectural structure of a ward that's in there. So there's a very important point of communication, interconnection, in especially in the theme of the belly, a cut of the vulva, cross-cut of the fertile power. Here an example of Bartusová, the convex shape. And in conclusion, just a comparison how semantically they are very close to each other. For me, very interesting is that Eva Kmentová, the gap or the analogy of the vulva or the vagina develops even further to the subject of nature of the leaf. So sorry, I'm a little bit longer, and thank you for your attention. So thank you very much. And right away, are there any comments, questions on the analogies between the two artists? Thank you for the contribution. You mentioned the human and social isolation in which Bartusová was most of her life. Are there any information from her notes, from her letters, on whether she knew the context of the period environmental and later feminist art? Not environmental, but she knew about land art. But I have no exact information. Many artists had resources that were available at the time, or they didn't have anything at all. What was especially important for her were the design journals, for instance, Domus. And sometimes some important pieces of information were like smuggled to Košice, and the artists could get to know them. But what's important or interesting is that she did like a private research, private exploration. She had a free method. She communicated from Košice. She didn't have anyone to communicate with over there, very few friends, close friends, but through monographs, we can see how free she was in her thinking, and she had some humorous views.
In English, it's okay? I have a question, very naughty and difficult one. How do you actually interpret these analogies in a couple of sentences? And another question, because we talk a lot about similarities between different artists, and these two particular is very striking set of analogies. And another question about, you mentioned biodegraded materials, I don't know how to pronounce it. And then you mentioned the exhibition which was made in situ, and then all the works were destroyed. Was it, of course, caused by circumstances, but this kind of concept of ecological art about the materials that are ephemeral, and do you think there was a partially way of thinking by the artist about her artistic production in that sense? That, thank you.
Thank you, but I didn't catch your first sentence. Please, could you repeat that? I'm so sorry.
If you could tell us a little bit, how do you interpret these visual striking analogies between both artists, Kmentová and Bartusová?
Have we 1 hour for more? Bude to prekladané dobre?
Okay, so I prefer to speak in Slovak. This is a very difficult and demanding theme. But as far as the materiality is concerned of the work, she works with plaster. Of course, this is a similarity. Bartusová, she had also financial concerns. I am not sure that I understood the question very well. Can you confirm? I think that you understood the question right, but it's difficult to answer. The way of answering it is something that we deal with for years. What I consider to be very productive is to attempt to relate the analogies to contemporary art as well, to art dating to another period. So maybe this anachronic step, not comparing only somebody who lived in the same period and in a similar environment, it's something that could help us to answer this question, or to try answering this question. This is what makes it interesting. This is the reason why we feel the need to speak again and again about these works and these artists and look for what connects them and what makes the difference between them. If I may, I have several comments of mine. I found interesting the question of material. Kmentová did work with stone, asbestos cement, but later she abandoned them and she started work with paper. I had a discussion with Polana whether the plaster works should be cast into bronze. No, the plaster was maybe a working material, and the final thing should be bronze. Am I right? Well, this is something no, I'm sorry, I wasn't clear enough. In my view, Kmentová abandoned materiality, but Bartusová did not resign to materiality. No, she didn't. Because for her, materiality was the most important means of expression. But in the 1980s, there's a very strong and present moment of destruction. Destruction is about questioning materiality, where matter is vanishing, it disappears. And if she had the possibility to work with materials that would be ephemeral, she would do so. In the 1980s already, she was interested in what nanotechnologies are. She read about it in a scientific journal on biology. I can't remember the name just now, sorry. So she was thinking about it. I think even if I can afford that, to me it's striking, and I will be somewhat somehow personal. If we had recordings of these of the diary entries of these two women, they would communicate, but the family members and the experts who know them would be able to differentiate who is who, because they speak about very, very similar things in a very similar tone, and this is really striking. I'm going to go deeper in it, and I'm going to publish it. I said one against the other, but this was a bad image. It's about keeping the sculptural context that Eva abandoned gradually because of her illness, I would say. It might be different. There are a lot of ifs in my thought. And my second point is about landscape as such. From the point of view of landscape, I've always understood Eva Kmentová as her projection with landscape. She identified herself to landscape. She was lying in the grass, and she was a part of the life in nature. In Bartusová, it was most about depicting nature, the processes. Maybe there is not such a degree of physical identification. Yes, you're right, but she uses nature to tell her message about life. She is associating life and nature to society, to relations within society. When she uses a stone, it's like a theme of the landscape. It's a land art manifestation. But she also deals with pressure, with oppression. Thank you. I would like to go back or to connect your contribution to the previous one. It's something I wanted to mention earlier, but I'm going to ask now. It's obvious that Maria Bartusová worked with drapery in a very significant way. And could you say something more about it, about the interpretation of what the discovery of drapery meant, like a membrane that is hiding a certain landscape, and the landscape can be a mental one, and to what extent this covering, hiding draperies that hide the germs or the stones reflect her inner life, taking into consideration the previous contribution. Did she work differently with this motive, differently from Eva Kmentová? Well, again, this is a question requiring a longer answer. What is interesting is that Bartusová approached it from a point of view of research of technology. For her, what was interesting was experimenting. The reliefs, they are not real draperies. She didn't work with textile material. They are made from plastic. She wanted to make like a symbolic similarity in sign to designate a space, delimit a space. A space, it's always the nature. It's nature, but it's artificial. It's installed, and it gradually changes into bodies or parts of the body. There are analogies, there are imprints, there are places designed for dwelling, for surviving, for inhabitation. Does it answer? I'm trying to formulate my thoughts into a question. I'm interested in the imprints subject. To which can it be associated in Kmentová and in Bartusová? It was said in the previous contribution, when I do an imprint, it's about the void, the empty space representing something missing, maybe even death. I do not want to disagree with that, but there is another interpretation for me. The imprint for me is a sign of presence, of being. And if I have to relate it to the further aspect, or the Zen aspect, because it's something that was quite important for Bartusová in a certain period, the Eastern philosophies, it's about being here and now. And I'm here I imprint myself. It's a manifestation of an approach. So is this Zen tendency present in Kmentová in some way also? Can she be found in the imprint? At that time in Czechoslovakia, in conceptual art, the Eastern philosophy was probably not present at all, or was it? Can you answer this? Well, you did it yourself, I think. You were quite precise. Bartusová doesn't really work with a concrete imprint. There was a single one of the leaf, and she was it was a morphological study. She works with the subject of oppression. This is how she perceives it. The other things may be mine or your interpretations about feeling, presence, or absence. These are other interpretation frameworks. What I prefer, and I'm more specific in that because I base myself on her own notes. She didn't work with imprints of her own body. And when she uses it, it's about manifesting the feelings of pression or oppression. Okay? Thank you very much for this contribution. And I'm constantly fascinating with the technological skills of Maria Bartusová. And I would really like to know how would it be if Kmentová and Bartusová could meet and could consult their work together, technically wise. Kmentová started to do paper objects later in her life. Of course, there was always the issue about degradation. For her, degradation was a part of the work. She didn't create it for perpetuality, and it was part of the work. The fragile object of Bartusová that sometimes make the impression that they will break if you touch them. Did she ever think of the future of her works? How did she reflect on that? Well, they didn't know each other, most probably. Uri Bartus doesn't remember. I'm desperate about it. That would help, but he doesn't. But Bartusová knew the father of Kmentová. He was her teacher. And there was some knowledge she acquired at secondary school. So even technologically and materially wise, she had some knowledge that they might have shared, as well as semantic interpretations. They are interconnected. She didn't know, she wasn't aware that her works might be valuable. She didn't think of preserving it. Of course, it's difficult. Many works have even no titles. Thank you. I probably have to cut the discussion here, and we will continue in the evening in the cafe. I really loved this afternoon. Thank you, all the contributors. We have touched vanitas, the infinity, processes in the landscape. We have named a lot of things, and we all have material for thinking. I thank for being asked to moderate, and I'm passing the microphone. So I only have some practical information. The program ends with a summary of the first day of the conference, an overview, but I suggest that we continue the discussion in the Pole Cafe. We will continue tomorrow. Who wants? At 9 a.m. we will meet here downstairs and have a commented guided tour of the exhibition. I wouldn't really call it commented. It will be a discussion in the exhibition, and the conference will continue here at 10 a.m. And there will be more practical info from Terezie. Thank you. So, thank you very much for your inspirative contributions. If it is possible to meet again in 15 minutes, everybody is invited for refreshments in the Pole Cafe, and another rather awkward request. The House of Arts has a grant from the European Union, and the EU needs to know who's sitting here. So we have an attendance sheet, and you are kindly asked to sign. It's only for our own needs, and maybe the Ministry of Culture and Tomáš Pospíšil will know. So I'm kindly asking you to sign the attendance sheet. And I will meet you in 15 minutes downstairs in the hall, and have a nice evening.
Eva Kmentová. Sochy a kresby, otisky a stopy. Dům umění města Brna od 23. srpna do 19. listopadu.